Hello and welcome to the Lost Episodes, the series in which we tie up the loose ends left during our journey on Citadel Guard Adventures. This is Beriathan of the Citadel Guard of Gondor, and today we're back in the Hall of Bernozal because we still have the missions of Gundabad to do. So the thing is, as I mentioned on my Allegiance video, that you do need to do a couple of these missions in order to advance the Allegiance, but the Allegiance storyline is already long enough as it is without me taking the time for doing missions, especially because these ones are a little bit longer than the others. So that's why I have decided to do the Gundabad missions separately, and that's what we are gonna do. However, you gotta keep a couple things in mind before we begin. First of all, well, the two missions I already did for the Allegiance. I'm still gonna show those two missions for you, but note that we have toggled this deed to complete all 37 missions. And we also have the missions layer deed that, well, we were also doing through Allegiances, but this one is one that will also be advancing. Other than that, I think that's all else. That's all that we were missing. You can pick up a couple of wrapper quests from Zoba, but I don't need the tokens that quest gives, so I think we are safe skipping it, and let's go. Let us begin with Ausma and Hórin. It's the same.
Live or die, I shall not be a prisoner again.
I have a new mission for you, Beriathan. My scouts have returned from Throkhâr. It seems the most vicious works in Gundabad are being bred in those passages. The time has come to seek out the Anchormarine work breeders there and drive them off. Within the halls of Throkhâr, the most vicious works of Gundabad are bred. There, even the most skilled of hunters must tread with care lest they become the hunted. Your mission is to defeat the Anchormarine work breeders in Gundabad. And Twist Poison, I think we already knew that one, so we just need to go. I do remember this one a little bit. You gotta defeat the Anchormarine work breeder, some of the works. Okay, and these cages. You'll notice in here, my quick slots have changed. This is actually the first video I record since the release of update 35, and I'm still getting used to the new gambits, trying to figure out a good rotation. But so far the consensus seems to be, well, just doing your cashing out for burst damage. So that's what I've been doing mostly. But yeah, note that I'm still figuring things out on one hand. On the other hand, my skills, my hotbars are a mess. And that is because in Redline you do have less skills than you used to have before the release of update 35. So we have a couple of free slots, but in Blue Line all those slots are occupied by the skills exclusive to it. And I know that when you switch trait lines, it remembers the location of all your skills and it rearranges them. So in reality, you don't really need to worry about that. But the thing is that I like to have the skills common to both trait lines in the same spot on the quick slot bars, and that is something that I still haven't managed to do. So I'm basically Well, I basically need to take the time to go back into the blue line and rearrange my skills in the blue line in a way that makes sense. And then I'll go back and it will be just a matter of applying that to my red line setup. But yeah, I'm still not 100% satisfied with that. I don't like having these blank spots in the exact middle of the hotbar. I would very much prefer if I could have those blank spots left maybe on the upper side. That would work a little bit better, but since those are the spots that your defensive cooldowns will occupy in blue, well, that's why I am saying that I really need to reverse engineer this in a way. I need to go into blue line and find a skill layout that would work for me there, and make sure that that will also apply to the red line. But no, I still haven't figured that out. I still haven't figured the gambits out. There are many things I haven't figured out yet. There we go. Great work, Beriathan. With the anchoring workbench properly disrupted, let us return and report your success to Scout-master Ausma. Let us go. This one was a relatively short mission. I wish all of them were like so, but that's not the case.
Gundabad is rife with foes. Be wary.
You have done well, Beriathan. The fewer works in Gundabad, the better. With the work breeders defeated, the Anchormarine will know that we are not to be underestimated. Let us continue. I have a new mission for you, Beriathan. My scouts have sent urgent word from the caverns of Mezem-Gairu. While some miners were excavating, the caverns partially collapsed. These dwarves are expert miners. I believe that our enemies may have planned to collapse the caverns with their miners inside. Let us hope the miners have survived. You are to travel to Mezem-Gairu at once. We must rescue the trapped miners. Within the glittering caverns of Mezem-Gairu lies a treasure trove of crystals, wanted by many. Your mission is to rescue miners from the partially collapsed cave of Mezem-Gairu, and we have this twist timed. You must complete the objective before time runs out, or the mission will fail. And I think, if memory serves me right, this was a twist added on the Gundabad missions. So yeah, there you have it. We do have a new twist in here. You have 8 minutes, but you of course don't need them all, especially if you are taking advantage of the run speed boosts. If you're a warden, if you're a hunter, if you're a high elf, you have the ability of triggering some of those instead of wasting the cooldowns. So this one might also be fast if we are fast enough. I mean, we can complete this fast enough. I just wish these rocks didn't sound like so. So let's see. I can try maybe pull a couple of these guys. Trying to figure this out, but well, when you're running solo, you can basically do anything you like, and it would still work. So I think I need to really start looking for some groups to run some stuff and figure things out from there. You know, I've said that many times before. My priority is figuring out Blue Warden and getting to tanking again. But figuring out a red rotation wouldn't hurt either. I think maybe I might need to double check the tooltips of all the gambits. I did that when recording my beta videos, I know, but it's so much to wrap our heads around than a refresher of the numbers wouldn't hurt. But so far, what I've heard, what I've seen on Gin's Discord mostly is, yeah, you are just cashing out. Maybe not as constantly as I've been doing, but pretty constantly still. Something that I still need to get used to for single target is Spear of Fate, which seems to be a really powerful gambit, especially maybe not burst damage, but fights that you know won't be too long. I mean, even in long fights, it ticks really quickly and it deals a lot of damage. So from what I've seen, all wardens are looking for ways of reapplying Spear of Fate as much as they can. It's just that it's hard because it consumes two. Being a 5-icon gambit means you either spend a lot of masteries building it or take a long time doing it. And with this, we can just go back to the entrance. Relatively short instance too. Just a little bit more than 4 minutes, a little bit less. We thank you for the rescue. 1 minute we were mining crystals and the next the caverns shook and started collapsing all around us. It would seem that goblins had entered the caverns before us and lined the tunnels with hidden powder kegs. I am just glad that only a couple of the powder kegs detonated. Alright, that's mission number 2.
Do you need something?
Well done. I am glad that you were able to rescue the miners. It would seem that the miners agree with my theory as well. We must be more careful in Gundabad, for many foes still lurk in these shadows. Sure.
Gundabad is rife with foes. Be wary.
I have a new mission for you, Beriathan. My scouts have come back from Throkhâr. They have seen a terrible ritual taking place within the Anchorman fortress. Had my scouts more time, they would have disrupted the Anchorman there. Instead, they came across 3 fell spirits that prevented them from getting closer. Throkhâr is a deadly fortress and is not a place to tread lightly. Far from Angmar, upon the gates of Gundabad, the Iron Crown keep watch over Elderslate as they seek to hold on to power in Gundabad. Your mission is to destroy the Anchorman ritual at Throkhâr. Sacrificial twist, we already know that one. I don't remember this one too well, but let us see. Ah, yeah. Defeat the obelisks and the spirits. I do remember this one now. This one is a little bit longer than the other ones. Might take a while. And the obelisk needs to be attacked. Let's see. I think that should be enough to take care of that guy, right? Maybe I should have applied that on the obelisk. Oh well. There we go. Yeah, I also, for example, still need to get used to rapid techniques as well. It doesn't have a really long cooldown, all things considered, and that allows you to, well, cycle through a lot of gambits quickly. Entered. I think we need to go to the left. Yeah. Now, something else you might have noticed is that, well, Garlic is not with us today. I mean, he technically was at the start of the episode. But the thing is, now that cosmetic pets are not usable inside instances, that means poor Garlic gets dismissed every time we enter a new mission. So there's really not a big point in getting him back if we're gonna lose him again. So for episodes like this, it seems we'll need to do away without Garlic. What a shame. Alright. Well, that was it. Just need to regroup. We weren't as far as I thought we would be. I remember this one being way longer. But no. Great work, Beriathan. Let us return and report your success to Scout-master Ausma. Go. Well done. With the ritual destroyed, we should be able to launch another assault against Dundreich soon enough. Now let's go with Hórin.
Only a Drak shows mercy in battle.
I have a new mission for you, Beriathan. Our scouts have made an incredible new discovery. Upon a recent excavation of an ancestral dwarf tomb, it would appear that some of the stones are still in such good condition, they actually have the names and dates of the dwarves buried there. This is an important discovery, and as so much about Gundabad's history was lost to the ages. Do you think you could go and copy down any legible names and dates written on the sarcophagi down there? Oh, and be careful. Our scouts reported hearing strange noises while they were down there. Ancient dwarf sarcophagi seem to still hold names and dates of the deceased. Your mission is to record these etchings safely and return to Hórin. Some monsters in this mission will attempt to lay down traps that will give you a debuff if caught in the trap. I don't remember this one, but I'm not sure if that is one of the old or the new twists. Not a big deal in the end. So now, this mission also gives me the chance of talking about something that I do really like about the missions in Gundabad. Overall, they are longer than the other missions released before it. Longer than Elder's Late and the Conundrum and the further adventures we haven't got to yet. But what I wanted to say, what I really enjoy about these missions is how some of them repeat the places we go to, and that's not new. That happened on the other missions before, but now on these Gundabad missions there is a sort of a ongoing storyline in the missions that deal with the same places. I'm not sure if every single repeated space works the same. I don't remember too much. I do remember a couple of the ongoing stories in some of these locales, but this one specifically at Cagdarak, I don't remember too much, because I know, well, we have this mission of writing the names of the sarcophagi, and there is another mission where you need to protect a geode before the whites attack it. Yeah, whites will start popping out of the tombs, and then you need to close the tombs and protect the central geode, things like that. So yeah, I don't remember if this one, if one of those missions is a continuation of the other, but there are many other places in which I do see an ongoing storyline. It's just that instead of providing us the storyline in one big 10-15 minute mission that would have a lot of objectives, they split them up in smaller chunks, but that gives you a sense of progression. However, I would also say that it's also really weird the way in which they chose to do it, because some of these missions will have indeed a story arc of sorts, but it's really weird because it does go backwards. You end up starting with the final chapter of the mission, so to speak, and then work your way back to see what happened before you got to that point you witnessed initially. It's really confusing at times. And I'm not entirely sure why they chose to do it that way, when it's really clear what the story inside some of these spaces is, and you could have organized it in the chronological order, but it's not the case in some of these meta missions, we can call them. I don't know. But yeah, we'll need to wait until we come back to this place, to Cagdarak, to see if this is the case with this mission. But there are many places that repeat the location. I mean, many missions that go to the same locations. It's just that with the Gundabad missions, they may a greater effort at explaining why you are going to the same places over and over again. And I do appreciate that, even if it's a little bit confusing, even if it's still a little bit rough on the edges. And after Gundabad, they also did something similar with some of the missions of Before the Shadow, where you need to complete certain missions to unlock the other ones in a certain given day. I think that works a little bit better, but it would be best if you didn't need to actually complete the mission to be able to do it the next day. I mean, doing it once works okay, but having the mission being locked every single time, that it's a little bit too much in my opinion.
There is much to be done and little time to talk.
Well done. Thanks to you, we can start piecing together more of the history of the dwarves and Gundabad. There we go. Completed, buried but not forgotten. We're also advancing through the wrapper quests, but well, that's just an additional there. Alright, ready to continue now. Apologies for that cut. The baby woke up. I had to take care of him, but I'm back now. Let's continue doing missions. Frosty Reception.
Yes, I allow for chance. I take no such risk in war.
I have a new mission for you, Beriathan. We have just received a missive from Erebor. They are under siege by a horde of frost drakes. We must depart for Erebor immediately and assist the Longbeards in thwarting this assault. I think I remember this one. This is one of the long ones. The lonely mountain of Erebor, a stronghold of the north, must be defended at all costs. Your mission is to defend Erebor from a frost horde assault. First in this mission, we'll attempt to summon blizzards. Yeah, I think we have seen that one too. Yeah, it takes a while because you do need to interact with a lot of NPCs. So, these Longbeards are... Yeah, you need to challenge them. As they continue to defend the mountain, you need to challenge them to go to make the Longbeards, the regular Longbeards, fighting Longbeards. And we're also gonna rescue the injured ones. That basically will take you up the path almost to the secret door of Erebor, I think. Some people are not entirely sold still on the need of having to cash out so often, and I would say, yeah, that maybe the cash out should be a little bit more spaced out, but when you are able to take down all your enemies with the cash out, it feels so rewarding. You cannot tell me that doesn't feel good. There might still be some fine-tuning that needs to be done, especially on the DPS side, from what I've seen. But we also need to do some fine-tuning on our own, and taking the time to really learn to use our new tools, make out the most from what we have. And These dwarves are in need of their spirits raised? Yeah. Hopefully after really learning how to use all these tools, we'll see the full potential of it. Again, I'm not that focused on Red Warden. Every once in a while I might try to do some DPS in a group, but my priority is gonna be tanking, but still, having good DPS doesn't hurt. Add some variety to the class, and also for soloing it might be good. But of course that also means you need to have two builds. You now need to have one blue build and one red build. I mean, people did that before, but now I'm getting back into the gist of it. And that of course involves a lot of grinding. So hopefully, yeah. Hopefully we'll be able to get my builds sorted out soon enough as well. I do have some starting armor and jewelry to hopefully get into more groups and start getting better gear, but I also need to sort out my traceries for red and blue line, something that I still haven't done. There's a lot of theory crafting on it. I have hoarded a lot of tokens and traceries from the reward track and from dailies and things like that. So I basically have enough resources to be able to complete my red and blue builds, but I feel a little bit scared that I might be getting something that it's not as good and wasting some resources, and that's what I don't want to do, and that's why I'm still running with the old traceries I used to have. But that's something that I also need to sort out really quick. Hopefully, well, I'm not sure I'll be able to sort out my traceries as I complete these missions in Gundabad, which is gonna take about 6 days. But who knows? Maybe I will. I've been working on an Excel file where I have just written down all the traceries that I have, and I'm trying to decide which traceries I will need on both my allies to see which traceries I will need to get by exchanging my tokens, but it's taking longer than I used to. I had so many traceries that I'm having a hard time trying to keep track of which ones I have, which ones I don't. And I'm also trying to figure out a build for my other Warden. I'm trying to figure out if I can do a red and blue build for him, or if I will need to do a hybrid build. So yeah, it's this first few days after the update drop have been crazy. I haven't even been able to get into grouping or doing a lot of quests. It's just checking what I had and trying to figure out how to use it, but it's taken a while. Great work, Beriathan. With the Frost Horde assaulting retreat, let us return and report your success. Alright, let us go, because yeah, we have already taken quite a long time today, and this is just day 1. I would love for this video to just be done in one sitting, but I might need to split this up.
In
know.
games, I allow for chance. I take no such risk in war.
Well done, with the Throkhâr all defeated, Erebor is once again safe. The last thing we need is the greatest dwarf stronghold of the north in ruins. I do agree with you, Hórin.
We have come too far to turn back now.
I have a new mission for you, Beriathan. My scouts have discovered an ancient and powerful forge within the halls of Gundabad. They have located several forgers that could be essential to our bid to reclaim this place. However, these forgers are being protected by several powerful creatures. Enter the forge, repair the forgers around found throughout the area, and defeat cold drakes and frost screams to secure the area. Amongst the halls of Gundabad there lies an ancient forge that, if secured, could turn the tide of battle within these halls. Your mission is to repair several forgers and secure the area. Criminals chosen we have already seen. Ah, okay. The forges, yeah. This is also the location, not of more missions, I believe, but this is also the location of the forges daily. The public instance, basically. We just need to defeat... Oh my god, these screams look like a truck, so maybe I shouldn't be trying to pull a lot of them at the same time. Maybe the drakes, but the grims seem a little bit too much right now. I also gotta say, it's been so long since I recorded the last episode. I also feel a little bit rusty in what I'm doing. I mean, after I hit level cap, I've been basically running dailies, getting runes and traceries while I waited for the update to drop, but that took a long time, so yeah, it's been a while since I've recorded, and I feel like I'm missing something, and I don't know what. It's a really weird feeling. But this one seems to be a really short mission as well. Yeah, the cash out, especially the cash out of cauterized steel, is so damn powerful. I will need to... Yeah, I really need to get into grouping and see how this works in a more dynamic space. Because so far, you see, you just, for landscape at least, you just apply a bleed cash out and that's enough to take care of the guy. Not so much when you are doing AoE, the cash out of unseen strikes is not as powerful. So if you're trying to do your AoE cash out, you still need to apply at least 2 or 3 dots. But it does seem that cash out is the way to go. And Spear of Fate. God, I keep forgetting about Spear of Fate. Great work. Let us return and report your success to Hórin. Yes. God, it's been 40 minutes. I might need to split this episode up.
There is much to be done, and little time for talk.
Well done. With the forges repaired and the area secured, the foundation has been laid for our work in Gundabad. Alright, there we go. This is the first day of missions, but I'll be back with you as soon as I'm ready to continue with day 2. Alright, here we are back, ready to continue with day 2. All the missions of today you can get with Hórin, and this is also the only day in which you get 7 missions to do, so this might take a while, but let us see.
Only a drug shows mercy on them.
I have a new mission for you, Beriathan. So it seems we've stumbled into a cavern full of crystals upon one of our recent delves into the ground. Our scouts are calling it Mezem Gairu, and it is apparent that this cave is abundant with gems. I would ask if you could retrieve some of these crystals for further inspection, and perhaps even further use in our endeavors, but do so carefully. We aren't sure what, if any, creatures may also be drawn to these crystals. A large amount of crystals have been found within the new cavern named Mezem Gairu. Your mission is to collect a sample of these crystals and defend yourself against any creatures that may dwell down there. Twist never ending, we already know that one. And this is the same location as the trapped miners we were doing earlier. So remember what I told you? You can, well, if you wish, of course, but you can sort of find an ongoing story in between the missions that have this sort of shared space. And here in Mezem Gairu, well, it's not as prominent as other places maybe, but well, you can make the case that the dwarves came here looking for the crystals. They were ambushed and then they were trapped by the goblins. I mean, the text itself doesn't imply that. And if you ask me, this is one of those missions where the connection in between... This is one of the places in which the connection between the missions taking place in it is not as strong as other places, but you can still make the case for it if you want. These nests are a little bit annoying. This is where we came from? Really? They ended up just running in circles? Is that what you're trying to tell me? Okay, that was fast. It seems I got someone stuck on me. Need to go back and check. But I'll do that in just a moment. We're making good progress in this one, I think. But well, we gotta do 7 missions today, so I still expect this one to take quite some time. seems we are back on track now. I hope. The luck is killing me today. That was fast. Oh, that was really fast. Yeah, it seems the only, well, not the only thing, but the main thing I'm missing now is figuring out exactly when to cash out my dots and bleeds to make the most out of them. Which is a little bit tricky when you are fighting enemies with a low morale pool, because, well, you cannot apply all your dots and cash them out before the enemy dies. But I imagine for groups, it's a little bit easier doing just that. Getting all the dots, cashing them out, but from what I've heard from other wardens, the issue now is, well, optimizing the rotation, your master usage, your cooldowns, and everything else that you need to do. It's not just applying dot splits and cashing them out. You also gotta apply Warden's Triumph, you also gotta apply debuffs, and you have your extra tools, you have rapid techniques, you have the Way of the Spear, and at short cooldowns, this, well, having such short cooldowns both of these skills, that means that you can add them to your rotation semi-consistently even, but so the issue more than anything is balancing how many dots you can apply and cash out before you need to start reapplying everything. From what I understand, once again, I'm still like everybody else, getting used to it, trying to find better ways of doing things. But that seems to be the basics of Warden DPS now. Where did I not go? Which place did I miss? Having a hard time finding it. Does feel like I've been doing everything. I've already been to all places, but no, I already found that place in the map that was unexplored. How did I miss this one? I don't know. It was right here by the entrance. That was it. Well, at least we are so close to the entrance now. But we still ended up losing a little bit of time. But once again, we have so many missions to do here today that, I don't know. The more I think about it, it seems the more I'll need to split this up in 2 episodes. Great work, Beriathan. Let us get all those crystals back to the base.
Only a Drak shows mercy in battle.
Well done. I hope you weren't too overwhelmed down there. Thanks to you, we can start finding a use for these new crystals. Sure thing.
We've come too far to turn back now.
I have a new mission for you, Beriathan. My scouts have come back from a scouting mission in the mountains above. A group of frost horde hobgoblin emissaries were seen creating a series of ice pillars spread around the area. These pillars seem to have been emitting a frosty aura. Enter the mountain pass, defeat frost horde emissaries, and destroy the ice passage in the mountain pass. Amongst the windy mountain peaks, ice giants have forged some sort of pact with the frost horde. The hobgoblins have been erecting a series of pillars to reinforce their position. Your mission is to defeat frost horde hobgoblin emissaries and destroy ice pillars so that our forces can push further into the area. Alrighty. A fairly simple mission, this one. Defeat hobgoblins, destroy ice pillars here in the ice giant den. And as far as I remember, there are no more missions in the rotation, in the Gundabad rotation, that will take us back to this place. So this is a one and done sort of thing. There we go. Yeah, once again, finding... Oh, come on. Don't lag so much. It's just, I think, well, at least in my case, a matter of getting used, getting the feel of the new gambits so that you can sort of, through intuition, decide when it's best to cash out your gambits. I'm not a big... I'm not that good at keeping track of the duration of debuffs, dots, and the like they last a set amount of time, and you gotta make your calculations keeping that in mind. It's not something that I am particularly good at. So for me at least, it's more a matter of feeling. Instead of math. I mean, for example, you see here, what I've been doing most of the time is just applying Warcry and Shorty of Death, cashing it out. That is the most master efficient way of doing it, maybe. I can try, well, Warcry and Shorty of Death in some scenarios is not enough to drop the enemies when I cash out, so maybe if I apply Shorty of Death and Desolation, that seems to be working a little bit better. It's just that it's not the most mastery efficient way of doing things. I mean, I don't know. I still don't know. I'm just theory crafting here with you. And I'm sure by the time this has been figured out, some of the things I'm saying in here might not make too much sense. Because yeah, I in case you haven't noticed, I've been using Warcry as my new Brink of Victory because it's a 360 AoE instead of only frontal. I mean, Brink of Victory was a full 360 AoE, but it's been made frontal, and now it seems to have 360 AoEs. We can either use Warcry or Resounding Challenge. Warcry is just easier and shorter. But maybe in situations where the ads are more static and you're not running around pulling a lot of them, it would be better to do Shorty of Death and Desolation before cashing out. I mean, applying those two, if you're able to apply Warcry or Rank of Victory, that's okay. If not, a Shout, that should be good enough when you are not moving around, because when you are moving around, it would be better, I think, to apply Warcry so you make sure that you hit everything. When you say regroup near the bridge, does that mean back at the entrance of the mission? Or at the entrance to the giant inn? Not sure. It's been a while since I did this one. But I hope I'm right. I really can't spend a lot of time today doing this. I mean, I have other 5 days to go through, but no, it's here. I remember now, it's here. It's just that the coffer is so far away from the scout. Great work. Let us return and report your success to Hórin. Sounds like a plan. Give me just a second. I was grabbing a jacket. It's cold today. Really cold, man. Oh, a little bit better now.
There is much to be done and little time for talk.
Well done. With the pass cleared, our forces can continue to push through into the passages further into Gundabad.
Put your back to the past and to the wind.
I have a new mission for you, Beriathan. My scouts have come back from one of the caverns that weaves throughout Gundabad. A vicious storm has driven snow beasts into a large cavern. This cavern serves as a vital pass-through to other needed resources. Enter the cavern, drive off the snow beasts, and destroy slop barrels in the cavern. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of this one. This one does take a while. Severe storms have driven a wide array of creatures to seek shelter amongst the caverns that dot the outside of Gundabad. Snow beasts have taken refuge in a large cavern that serves as a vital pass-through to rich ore deposits throughout the cavern system. Your mission is to drive off the snow beasts and destroy their food sources within the cavern. And the twist was a crushing. That one we have seen already before. So yeah, we gotta destroy the barrels. Maybe I haven't tried this, like trying to pull all the snow beasts in the instance and then just having to worry about the barrels. I mean, usually what I do, not pull them all, but a big enough group to learn the use of AoEs, like this one. It's just that since these snow beasts do love attacking from range, grouping them up for your AoEs, it's not as easy as some other missions. So yeah, it seems it kind of works, but it's still not as efficient as I would like. I think we should be more than halfway through now. If we backtrack a little bit. Seem to be doing good. Alright, no need for cash out this time. One barrel, 2 snow beasts. Maybe we can do this. Yeah. I gotta say, I still also haven't gotten used to the new resounding challenge in melee. It being a self-centered ability. With resounding challenge, I've grown too over-reliant with the range as a way of pulling ads, but also dealing with enemies that refuse to come into melee. But now that the melee version of Resounding Challenge works differently, I think that's another strategy I will need to change. Come on, I'm in the entrance. This mission does work like this as well. You gotta be in the exact spot to have the scout appear. Let us return to Hórin and report your success. Sure, whatever you say.
We have come too far to turn back now.
Well done. With the cavern cleared of snow beasts, our forces can secure much needed resources in the fight for Gundabad. What now? I have a new mission for you, Beriathan. Our workers have returned from all dwarf-made waterways of Shalakam. Even with their efforts, the waters still do not flow in the directions needed to bring additional fresh water to Matugard. You are to travel to Shalakam and work to assist in redirecting the flow of the water there. While you are patrolling the waterways, would you collect any misplaced parts that the workers may have left behind? Within Shalakam, the ancient waterways of Gundabad, many old gates direct the flow of water. Your mission is to collect gears and redirect the flow water within the dwarf-made waterways of Shalakam. Gated. We also know this mission. And these waterways, there are also 1 or 2 missions in this place. And this one is one of the longest. It's just picking up things. But it does take a while, and you saw me there using Brink of Victory as I used to before the update, as many Warden did, I'm sure. Old habits die hard. If we come through here. Alright. Well, that worked a little bit better, the cash out and everything else, I mean. It does seem well, which is reasonable of course, but having just Warcry and Shorty of Death for the cash out really doesn't do as much damage, and once again that makes sense. Warcry being the lowest tier of the dot, the cash out will not be as big as the other dots in the sequence, but it's a nice, well, good enough payoff, I would say, for still having the ability of just running non-stop and pulling all the enemies in your way. It's just that these turtles with the knockbacks and everything are such a pain. Right? Please die. Yeah, thank you. Now, even though this lever is on the other side, thanks to the magic of the delete key, we can cheese our way out a little bit. Still think I need to take the time to actually double check the tooltips, all these gambits, and through that also try to figure out better rotation for me. Oh, come on. Someday I might do that. This is not this day. This day we fight. We're almost done anyway. Lots of enemies in here, but this seems to be a dead end. Alright. We're almost there. We've been running around in circles, in case you haven't noticed. This is sort of the central chamber. We have the last gear we needed. Come on, stop doing that, will you? Yeah, let me get the last gear. Return to the entrance, alright. It's to the right, if I remember correctly. Don't fall, please. I don't need any more setbacks today. Let us return and report your success to Hórin. Yeah, sure thing. The usual stuff by now. You know the drill. Let us continue.
Only a Drak shows mercy in battle.
Excellent work, Beriathan. I'm sure that everyone in Matugard will thank you for your efforts. I also thank you for returning with all these gears. I'm sure we will be able to put them to good use in our continued restoration efforts of Gundabad. I hope that's true. Now, Sorceress.
Only a Drak shows mercy in battle.
Ah, remember this one. I have a new mission for you, Beriathan. My scouts have returned from Tûr Ágal. An Ankmarim sorceress has taken refuge within the top of the tower there. This cannot stand. We must return to Tûr Ágal and put a stop to whatever this vile Calaminak has planned. If the reports are indeed true, Calaminak is another student of Shadowy Galahad. Within the walls of Tûr Ágal in Eldor's Late, an Ankmarim sorceress has overtaken the tower for unknown and nefarious purposes. Your mission is to defeat the Ankmarim sorceress and retrieve an ancient text from Tûr Ágal. The sorcerers in this mission can create visual illusions to distract you during combat. This is a twist we have not seen, and I think this is also the reason why we have 7 missions on today's rotation. This one is really short, so have you come for the texts? I fear you have come for naught. Do tell. And to test the skills I have learned upon you, Galahad will be pleased. She disappears. How dost thou fight what cannot be seen? So, as teased, this guy will summon some illusions, basically some ads that you need to dispatch. But other than that, this mission just takes place inside this room all the time. It's a really short one, especially if you are fast enough with the ads. Do not underestimate me. Here we go again. There she goes, ha ha ha. Oh, the folly, thou will be lost in madness. We'll see about that. That's still not all. I have much more to show you. Where are you? There we go. Yeah, she does that. I had forgotten. Face thy fears. In the forms of these spectral bears. I'm not particularly afraid of bears, I don't think so. Does it need to be? There is nowhere to run from thine ruin. Yeah, this is not as short as I remembered, but I think this is the last wave of ads. I remember the giant being the last wave. Hope I'm right. The book is not yours to take. Come and stop me. It, please. Your mind is too strong. No! Thank you. Pick up the ancient text. The dwarven taxi has come for me. Well done, Beriathan. Not only is Calaminak defeated, but the text Hórin 6 has been recovered as well. Let us return and report your success. Oh, I forgot to loot the chest. Well, it's not a big deal. It's just a couple tokens at best, but still. I don't like leaving things undone. Oh god. I cannot go back now. What a shame.
Put your back to the past and to the wind.
Well done. With Calaminak defeated, Tûr Ágal should no longer be a threat to the dwarves of Gundabad. If we are to keep the road to Gundabad clear, Tûr Ágal must remain clear of foes. I do hope this book will assist us in dealing with all the damage caused by Galahad's other student, Braga Fellwinder. Yeah, what about Braga? I had forgotten, but she's escaped? No. I don't know. I need to double check that.
Only a Drak shows mercy in battle.
I have a new mission for you, Beriathan. My scouts have sent urgent word from Atkadarak. It seems the dead have risen. The Angmar will use necromancy to reanimate corpses of dwarves, long dead and laid to rest in the tombs. The dwarf whites seem to be drawn to an ancient monument within the tomb. I would like to study this ancient geode more closely, but will not be able to with the Angmar disrupting the natural order of the tomb. You are to travel to Atkadarak at once, and let us hope the geode survives. For Gundabad! Within Gundabad lie the ancient tombs of Atkadarak. There, many wonders are kept and many bones of great dwarves rest. Your mission is to protect the large geode in Gundabad from dwarf white miners. Once again, the twist never ending. I have already talked to you a little bit about this one. Basically, there is this geode that you need to protect, and the dwarf whites will keep spawning until you destroy these dwarves they are coming from. I forgot about the spirits they drop. Yeah, I was saying that was too easy. And you have plenty of leeway. Chances are some of the whites will get to the geode and start attacking it. But you don't need to keep it intact. Of course, you cannot let this one be destroyed, but as I was saying, you have some leeway in how much damage can this geode endure. Now, if we talk about this mission in here and the one we had before, questioning which one of these missions would come first if those two were to be grouped as one single storyline. I would say this one would go first. The dwarves secure the geode, start studying it, and then the Dark Hands arrive to try and steal it. I'm not 100% sure about that. But this is also part of the Gundabad missions, trying to figure out the pieces of the puzzle. Oh, come on! Yeah, we have this new guy coming out of here. That's another ward at long last. You are not getting to the geode if I can't help it. You neither. Oh, there's another one here on the back. Maybe if I apply some of my dots in here. Yeah, being able to complete this without the geode taking any damage at any point is not as easy as it sounds. I have never been able to pull it up. It's more of a personal challenge, really, of saying, can I do it? What do I need to do to achieve it? But on my part, I haven't been able to ever. I have stopped running missions for a long time. I'm just getting back to them to grind some extra things. So yeah, I don't remember how. Well, I'm not entirely sure actually how much easier or hard this might be. Now that we are reaching the halfway point, I of these wards are I start struggling a little bit keeping track of where have I been to already, where I haven't, where do I need to check. Here. Oh, come on. Don't interrupt me. Yeah, thank you. At least I can take care of you. Just missing 4 of these bad boys. Okay. Could be another one. Here. Yeah, maybe if I just apply bleeds and cash out, I might be able to do this a little bit faster, but so far I haven't struggled as much as I thought I would. I mean, it's not a struggle, but as I was saying, it's a personal challenge. So it's fine to see once again how far I go. Please. Yeah. And here we have the last ward. Go back to the geode. Where was it? Seems it didn't take any damage today. That's good, that's good. It seems I finally did it. Awesome. Great work. You were able to protect the geode from the Ankarim necromancy. Let us return to Hórin and report of your success. Come on, what I am? Deactivating it.
We have come too far to turn back now.
You have done well, Beriathan. I am glad that you were able to protect the ancient monument. Once this conflict is ended, I look forward to studying the large geode more closely. Alright, so now, technically we are missing one more mission for today, Gold Rush, but this is one of those missions that unequivocally lets you know it's part of a larger story, a larger arc, and this is actually the last portion of that arc. So I'm trying to figure out, do I do it right now, or maybe do I take this one through editing and leave it at the end before I have done the other 2 parts of this? I still have not decided, but you'll find out soon enough. Alright, here we are back ready for day 3. So yeah, after thinking it, I think I'm gonna leave the bolt and maybe some other missions as well towards the end, so that I can group them together and show you the full story, the ones that I do enjoy the most. But for the time being, yeah, let us do day 3 and see.
In games, I allow for chance. I take no such risk in war.
I have a new mission for you, Beriathan. My scouts have come back from one of the barrows within Gundabad. Deep within the barrow, several of the sarcophagi have been twisted and foul creatures have begun to come forth. Additionally, the remains of several Ankarim litter the area. Enter the barrows, destroy the corrupted sarcophagi, and destroy the remains of the foul invaders. Amongst the barrows in the depths of Gundabad, the spirits of our forefathers are being disturbed. Your mission is to destroy fell sarcophagi and burn the corpses of the Ankarim. Never ending. Another twist that we know all too well. And I do remember this one now. Ah, well. Now that I think of it, if we are having a... come on. A never-ending twist, if these guys are not living no matter what we do, then I think it would be better to stop every time we find one of these anchorine corpses and sarcophagi that we need to destroy. That was fast. What I don't remember is... I do think... I'm not sure, but I think destroying the sarcophagi is what's gonna stop the whites from coming. Don't quote me on that, because I'm not sure. Oh, I didn't see that. Let us continue our exploration of this place. Maybe we can use the corpse, burn it. Oh, we were so close. Cash out is incredibly powerful. That's been established already. Especially the cauterizing steel cash out. Really powerful stuff. I gotta say, the, well, Onslaught and maybe Wall of Steel too are doing a lot of damage as well. At least for landscape questing, which well, it never has been too hard to begin with. But it's nice seeing things drop even faster than they were doing before. At least I think it's faster. Or worst case scenario is just as quick as it used to be. Yeah, I never imagined that my sort of field test for update 35 would be running missions. But this works. Doing missions to, well, get used to the new mechanics before jumping onto the instances. Might work, that might work if I might say so. Alright. We gotta be close to finishing now. Oh, come on. Didn't do that before. Let's see how fast we can destroy this. That's what I thought, but still not fast enough to avoid this guy from spawning again. little bit of lag. Major. There we go. We are just missing one more sarcophagi. I think it should be, yeah, this corner here. For God's sake. Group near the entrance. Thank God we are really close. Mission complete. Let's not forget the chest this time. Let us return and report your success to Hórin. Sure. Let me talk to him. Come on.
Only a Drak shows mercy in battle.
Well done. With the deed done, our ancestors can find rest in Gundabad. Glad to hear. I have a new mission for you, Beriathan. My scouts have returned from the Angmarim Keep in the mountains of Gundabad. There, they have spotted a group of Angmarim who breed and train bats. Their vile tactics cannot stand. We must return to the keep, defeat the Bat Keepers, and put an end to their nefarious breedings. Upon the peaks of Gundabad, the Angmarim breed bats for nefarious purposes. Your mission is to thwart Angmarim Bat Keepers in Gundabad. Traps. We'll lay down traps to give you a debuff. I don't remember this twist as being particularly annoying. In fact, I do like this bat mission a little bit. Well, not just a little bit, but it's one of the ones I don't mind repeating when I'm grinding missions here in Gundabad for the rewards or what have you. Okay, yeah, we gotta free the bats from these cages. The captive bats will not attack. That's cool, that's great. Next stop. See how we can. Oh, we did it. Awesome. Oh, come on. All right, the cage is in here. Oh, who did I miss? This guy? All right. Yeah, from what I remember of this mission, what really does take a long while is finding these drums. Awesome. 6 pages. Okay. Can you please put down? What else do we have here? We have a couple more guys. Perfect here. Yeah, we just gotta spray one more, but that's not the issue here. As I was saying, the real time-consuming thinking here is getting all the draughts. It's not a big of a deal anyway. Completed. Gundabad missions layer intermediate. Let us see here. So, we got the intermediate tier, 400 enemies, slain missions, 5 LOTRO points, some virtue XP, honor is now level 41, awesome. We got the advanced tier, we gotta defeat 800 of those, that's the last tier for that one. You can see here, for the meta did. But we still need to defeat 800 more enemies, so we better get going with that. $799. We'll get there eventually. I just don't think we'll be able to get 800 more enemies during the mission run for the channel. I've been mentioning before, I might need to split this into 2 episodes, but I'm not so sure actually. Maybe, just maybe, I can still do this all in one episode or 2. I still have not decided yet, but I'm not gonna worry about that yet. Anyway, so we go back to the entrance. That was it. Great work, Beriathan. With the Angmar and Bat Keepers defeated, let us return and report your success to Scout-master Ausma. And where is Scout-master Ausma? She's here. Talk to her.
Live or die, I shall not be a prisoner again.
Well done. With the Bat Keepers defeated, we now have one less thing to worry about when traversing the dark caverns of Gundabad. I would recant the others if the list were not so long. How about this one?
There is much to be done, and little time for talk.
I have a new mission for you, Beriathan. There's a great frozen hole that was explored recently called Calam Dam. It's frigid and uninviting and home to many a monster, specifically the Frost Grim. I believe when a Frost Grim persists near ice long enough, it can chill the ice to a super cold state. I want you to test this theory and lead Frost Grims to a frozen area, let them hang around, and then harvest any ice they super freeze. As you see here, I have already completed this one. This is one of the missions I did when I was working on the Allegiance for the Shelruka. Apparently, when Frost Grims persist around ice for a short period, they can super freeze it. Your mission is to test this theory within Calamdam by leading Frost Grims to cold spots and collecting any ice they super freeze. Raging. That twist does really not work too well with this instance. You'll see why in a moment. As I was saying, I recorded this. I did this when I was working on the Shelruka Allegiance, and I even recorded my playthrough of this mission. It's just that it took me so long to collect these 8 shards of ice. Just 10 minutes on this mission alone. And the reason why this is, I got really mad and really upset when I was working on this, because if you ask me, this is a terribly designed mission. I'm already getting frustrated with this. Okay, we have the first ice we needed. This thing is so stupid because you need to bring the Grims to the glowing spots so that they can stay there for a brief moment, and that will trigger the ice to appear. There are a couple of issues with this, however. One, these Grims attack from range, so you wanna move them. They don't move easily, basically. It's what I'm trying to say, because they have a long range for their attacks, so they don't worry too much about where you are. They will attack you from range. Your best bet is trying to get out of line of sight, force them to move. But the thing is that the AI for these Grims, it's also terrible. And they will get stuck in corners. They don't know where to go. They apply nasty debuffs. You don't want to kill them if they are not in the spot. They will respawn, but they take a while to respawn, so you don't want to kill them. This guy is just there, doesn't know what to do. You see, that's what I mean. And as I was saying, last time I did this for the Shelruka Allegiance, I did struggle a bit with this, doing my best to get these freaking Grims to move to where I needed them to be. And my conclusion then was, this is a terribly designed mission. There's nothing wrong with the idea per se, but if we were doing this with mobs that attacked from melee, that didn't have the wide array of range attacks that these minions have, that these Grims have, that might be a little bit easier. Especially spots like this, you cannot go further, but you still need to move, force the Grim to move somehow, and he will not do it. God. I hate this mission with a passion. The only reason why, well, there are 2 reasons why actually I am repeating this today instead of showing you the footage I recorded when I was doing the Shelruka Allegiance. One, as I said, it took me a long time doing this mission, about 10 minutes. I don't know why it was so difficult last time. And not only was it too long, but I got so frustrated that the video ended up being quite more negative than I usually am. So that's why I'm trying to do something different. That's one of the reasons why I'm trying to re-record this. And the other reason is because when I was doing the Shieldrook Allegiance, we were still pre-update 35. So I'm trying to have all the missions for this episode and well all the other episodes in Gundabad as well have some more consistency and doing them all with the same skill set. So yeah, those are the only two reasons why am I repeating this. I hope I'm not shooting myself in the foot by killing these Grims when there's really no need for it. Because what I did last time, that was also really frustrating. I think I also died and everything. Is just I tried to pull all the Grims, don't kill anything unless I use them to trigger the shards. And I got killed. Especially in this corridor, you have like 3 or 4 Grims, and the next spot for the shard is so far away. And they root you. If you run too far away, just like right now, they root you. And one by one, these are not formidable enemies, but 3 or more. If you are not attacking, because you cannot kill them unless they are in the right spot. So you just stand there letting them hit you, praying for them to move, for them to find the path to where you are. It was just a pain. Today it's been a lot easier than it was the other time I tried this. But yeah, it was a pain. Now you come here. You come here. Awesome. Oh yeah, so much simpler. It's still a very annoying mission, but today we did really good, I would say. Oh, I still gotta defeat this guy. We didn't take as long, and my issue with this mission was not as prevalent today as it was the first time. Still don't like it, and I'm pretty sure I'm not gonna do this mission ever again. It's not worth it. Great work, Beriathan. It is too cold in here for my liking. Let's get back. Oh yeah, you are so right. Let's leave this place behind and pretend it never existed.
There is much to be done, and little time to talk.
Well done. Looks like our theory was correct after all. Well, I'm sure we can find some use for all of these super frozen eyes. Thank you for your help. I hope you can, because getting these eyes is a friggin' pain.
Put your back to the past and to the wind.
I have a new mission for you, Beriathan. My scouts have recently explored some of the deeper recesses of Gundabad. There, they have encountered a series of tunnels connecting Gundabad to the realm of the Nameless Things. While the Nameless under Gundabad are not near the numbers plaguing Moria, they too must be dealt with. Who can say what unspeakable things are down there? You are to travel to this Nameless Shrine and destroy what lurks deep under the mountain, for Gundabad. Deep under the 3 peaks of Gundabad, Nameless Things have constructed a shrine to Throkhâr the Hunger, their lord. Your mission is to defeat the servants of Throkhâr and destroy their nameless shrines deep within Gundabad. Sacrificial twist, we already know that one. And who is Throkhâr the Hunger, you might be asking? And the thing is, this is a part of the game that we have not done yet, that was technically released before the Gundabad expansion. But the Throkhâr the Hunter, as it was said by Hórin, is the leader of the Nameless. And if you do the second part of the Secret Stone questline, you will eventually face him in Moria. The thing is, I haven't even done part 1 as of the time of recording this. So I don't know who Throkhâr is, and I can also have the headcanon that Beriathan does, that he did everything relating to the Secret Stone before coming to Gundabad. But on the channel right now, I don't have that to show you. So that's gonna take a little bit longer. But one day I left so many loose ends. I really need to get back and clear them all. Please. Thank you. 3 shrines in here alone. That's great. This is a really short mission, all things considered. This is one that I don't mind repeating whenever necessary. It's a little bit, just a little bit annoying because it's not a linear path. There is a slight bit of backtracking in here, but once again, it's not a big deal. If I apply resounding challenge, maybe I can deal with these guys, even if they won't come here. There we go. Not she who feeds. And isn't she scary? But nothing that the cash out cannot cannot solve. That was so fast. Could you please give me the Nothing inside the chest, really? Well done, Beriathan. Let us not dwell here any longer. This place is unsettling. We should return and report your success to Hórin. Let's go.
There is much to be done, and little time to talk.
It is odd. I am glad. The frost horde is numerous, and our victory is not assured if ye must also contest with great enemies below us as well. That's certainly true, but we're doing good on our own, I would say. Now, these 2 missions that we have left for today, Siege of the Rift and the Foregone Trap, are part of their own set of storylines. The Foregone Trap is, I think, part 2 of the Lost Bolt storyline in here, and Siege of the Rift is just another thing entirely, but it's the last part of the story, so it still wouldn't feel right doing it right now. So with this said, I'm gonna switch now to the next day of missions, but I will be back with you and show you these two missions when I am able to place them in the proper order, so to speak. So I'll be right back. Alright, perfect. So here we are ready to continue with the next day of missions. Let us actually begin with Scout-master Ausma.
Aye?
I have a new mission for you, Beriathan. My scouts have returned from Conundrum. There, within the old dwarf walls, the Coldrakes of the Frostcourt have erected a blockade of ice. This cannot stand. We must make haste to Conundrum and show these drakes that Gundabad belongs to the dwarves. There we go. Within the old halls of Conundrum in Gundabad, Coldrakes of the Frostcourt erect a fortress of ice. Your mission is to defeat the Coldrake blockade in Gundabad. Persistent cold can only be removed at bonfires through the missions. I think this one is new. Possibly. Here we have the bonfires, and this, we have already been in this space before. But as far as I remember, even though this mission and the Frostgrave mission occur in the same space, I don't think there is an overall narrative to that. So that's why I don't worry too much about this one. Now, while we advance through the missions, a couple things worth noting. First of all, you might have noticed my quick slot layout is a little bit different. I took the time to rearrange a couple things so to make the switch between red and blue line a little bit easier. Basically, this is what I think will work from me from now on, because on blue line you get so many new skills that I find it more convenient, more logical in a way, that those skills exclusive to blue will be left to the bottom bar, so that all my other skills, so that when I switch between red and blue, most of the skills will remain at the same place, because that helps on one hand with your own mental layout for what your skills do and where they are, but on the other hand, because the less your skills need to be rearranged every time you switch specs, the faster it will be. But if you have your skills at different positions, even if it's the same skill, every time you switch between specs, it will take a while for the game to process that. But if you're able to keep all your skills common to all your specs in the same places, then switching up is not as slow. And I also find that also works, so that way your playstyle doesn't change a lot in between specs, because your core skills are always at the same location. So that's one thing. The other thing is, I took the time between yesterday and today to take care of my legendary items. So you will see, for example, my morale has gone up because I've been using some runes. I switched some traceries, and more importantly, I took the time to create a new set of allies. So I will be running sword and javelin whenever I intend to tank. And now that the spear damage is equivalent to the sword damage, I think I will do now my red line using a spear. You might have seen me already using the spear. I've never used a spear with Beriathan. Something watches you from atop the breach. Ever since I rolled him, there wasn't really a good reason for Wardens to run Spear other than cosmetics. But now that the damage is similar, I think this might work. So yeah, I've been running and I will be running a Spear. I'm still not sure if I'm still gonna use the sword for some landscape or some quests. I might like to do that, because I've grown to attach to the look of Beriathan with a sword, but the spear really looks cool as well. You'll see in here, it's an old legendary item cosmetic, but it does have the 7-point start motif that matches my javelin and matches the rest of the outfit as well, so I really like this one. And well, the books also state that Citadel guards were using spears, and the Citadel Guard NPCs that you find in Minas Tirith will be using spears. So we are doing that as well now. Well done, Beriathan. With the Vile Hartung defeated, we should return to Scout-master Ausma and report our success. Way shorter than I remember, and as you see there, I haven't found any link between the Coldrakes and the Grims, so I don't think those two missions are connected in the ways the ones we are about to see are.
Gundabad is rife with foes. Be wary.
Well done. With the dreadful Hartung defeated and the Ice Fortress no more, the old halls of Calandam are once again safe. If we are to reclaim Gundabad, we must find and oust all of the Frost Horde. And count me in for that. I have a new mission for you, Beriathan. My scouts have come back from the towers known as the Drearspire. Several drakes were sighted in the area, and the Anchorim were seen transporting several treasure-laden coffers. Climb the tower, defeat Frost Horde Drake emissaries, and destroy Anchorim coffers. Alright, I remember this one now. Frost Horde Drake's emissaries have begun to claim the Drearspire as their own. Anchorim have also been seen with overflowing coffers following the arrival of these foul creatures. Your mission is to defeat Frost Horde Drake emissaries and destroy Anchorim coffers. And the reinforcements twist, we already know. So that's not a big deal. Okay, yeah. Let's give them some time so that they populate the area. But I don't have my spear visible out of combat because I don't like how the weapons that you keep on your back flip with your cloaks, if you have any cloaks equipped like I do. So that's why whenever I'm out of combat, I will not have the spear visible. And let me tell you as well, finding a way to be able to switch, I mean, I have the cosmetics that I use for sword and spear are not the default cosmetics that the new legendary items have. So basically I have the same outfit twice, and the only thing that changes in it is the weapon that I use. So whenever I switch between spear and sword, I also switch outfits. And setting that up was such a big pain. Finding a way in which that would work without your weapon cosmetics getting messed up, it's a pain. Because basically, if you are wearing a weapon that it's not compatible with your current outfit, then switch and you start switching outfits, that messes the system somehow, and the game stops remembering to display the cosmetic of your weapon, even if you have it equipped on your outfit. So finding a workaround against for that. That took a while. Not super long. I'm glad I was able to crack that one out, because it was a pain. An absolute pain. Oh, I was able to interrupt him. Awesome. You will also see that, well, my hotbar layout is very similar to the one I had before. There are a few minor differences. Things like never surrender are in a different location. Well, all the things that serve a defensive purpose were moved to the upper portions of the quick slots, so that when I switch to blue, they will still be located next to the blue skills, the new blue skills. So that means I also needed to swap some other skills, general utility or offensive skills. But I'm glad with the result. I just need to develop the muscle memory to adapt my reactions to the new layout. So for example, whenever I'm dropping down on health, I will have another key combination for never surrender or for my morale and power pots. The portent that I haven't used a lot also switched places as well, so there's so many things to get used to, but that's the scope of the update. And yeah, it's crazy. It's as of the time of recording this particular day of missions, it's been a full week since the update released, and all I have done on this week has been redoing my trades, redoing my allies, redoing my quick slots, and doing some dailies to finish the Spring Festival. But nothing too major. I still haven't gone to the new area or run the new instances, and I'm so eager to try that out. But I'm still not there. And it's gonna be a couple more days before that happens, I reckon. Some time constraints on my part, but also just seeing what else I might have missed that I would need to set up. So much things to wrap our hands around on this update. But I'm loving it so far. Even though I haven't done a lot of grouping, I haven't done any kind of grouping, and I have just been running dailies, missions, and festivals and things like that. I've been enjoying myself quite a lot, and I'm really looking forward to what my new builds will allow me to do. That sounds great. So now we gotta descend. I don't remember where the stairs are. Last time I wasn't here, this mission glitched a little bit for me. I was at the location where I needed to be. The dwarf scout didn't trigger. I had to run around some more. Not a big deal, but kind of annoying. But not today. Mission complete. What do we have here? Great work, Beriathan. Let us return and report your success to Scout-master Ausma. Yeah, let us. Right, this is the second one.
Do you
Well done.
need something?
With the Dregs defeated and the coffers destroyed, the foundation has been laid for our work in Gundabad. Next one.
Never underestimate the enemy.
Oh, Beriathan, you're back. We've been having a bit of a problem getting into some of the more resilient parts of the mountain recently. Blasting supplies we brought over don't seem to be cutting it against the frozen rock. However, one of our scouts has reported a rather large grotbug hive nearby. As you may not know, even though they are venomous, grotbugs secrete a nasty-smelling mucus that's a great component for making explosives. You see what I'm getting at here? If you could infiltrate the hive and steal some of their mucus and glands, I would be very grateful. Doesn't sound nice. Apparently, grotbugs secrete both a sulfurous mucus and have powerful poison glands that can be repurposed into blasting jelly. Your mission is to explore the grotbug hive and extract these resources. Yeah, moments like this, you gotta be grateful that that LOTRO is not super graphic detailed. Because picking up mucus doesn't sound nice at all. Past. Since Brink of Victory is now only frontal, the guy moved just enough to mess me up. I might need to practice that, replacing Brink of Victory with Resounding Challenge. It's just that I was trying to apply Brink of Victory for the cash out later, but didn't work out. Oh, Breaking Queens. Marvelous. Gotta apply as many dots as I can before they start silencing me and knocking me down. Like that. Something that I hadn't thought about, but it's really nice now that I realize. With this change, the grotbug queens are suddenly not as annoying because they used to, well, knock you back on one hand, but on the other one apply a silence debuff. But now that some of our damage has been moved to the spear gambits, that means that those silence debuffs are not as bad as they used to be. Back in the day, I felt handicapped every time I had to fight the queens. For that reason, they applied their silence and suddenly I cannot do damage. And that still happens when they do their stupid knockback. But it's a little bit better now, especially because, well, a melee resounding challenge has the damage over time, and its self-censored ability, it works great for fighting the grotbug queens. And I understand grotbug queens are really not that common. You might find them in places like Gundabad, Moria, some underground caves, things like that. But it's not like you will be fighting grotbug queens every single day. So this is still a very niche and possibly unintended quality of life improvement, but it is still an improvement. An improvement I didn't know I needed. Well, I did know I needed it. I just didn't know what shape it would take. So, I've been able to advance through this mission faster than I used to, thanks to those changes. Once again, unintended, most likely, but oh my god. Suddenly, this mission is not as painful as it used to be. It's so great. And the thing is that I had forgotten to mention, the poison glands only drop from the Grotbog Queens, so you really cannot avoid them as much as I would like. Stop it, will you? Damn queens. They are still a pain. Not as annoying as they were, but they still are. Terrible. But at least I will not dread coming back to this mission again. I don't think so. It's easier to manage now. That was the entrance, right? Yeah. There we go. Cool. Great work, Beriathan. The more explosives, the better, I always say. Now let's get out of this disgusting place. I'm so down for that. What do we have in here?
Live or die. I shall not be a prisoner again.
Well done. With a bit of dwarf muscle, we can use these nasty smelling secretions to make even stronger blasting jelly.
Never underestimate the enemy.
I have a new mission for you, Beriathan. My scouts have come back, having tracked a fearsome two-headed troll to its lair beneath a waterfall. Enter the caverns and put an end to the dreaded two-headed troll Throkhâr. I think I remember this one too. The dreaded two-headed troll Throkhâr poses a grave threat to our cause. Your mission is to defeat this foul creature, Lieutenant of Gorgar. Alright. Let's go. Yeah, I remember this one. Basically, chain pulling all these goblins. Maybe not all these goblins. That, first of all. The stinking roots. But also the sappers that also hit for quite a lot. Oh my god. Ah, can you believe it? I triggered Never Surrender, of course. I thought I was done for, but I didn't even needed it. Awesome. Now. Yeah, getting used to this new rotation. Not new rotation, to this new skill layout. It's a little bit tricky. So I'm also glad I got to try this out while I was doing this mission run, because this is a really safe space to try new things out. It's not that hard and you're not risking as much, so another unintended good consequence of things. Great work, Beriathan. Let us return and report your success to Scout-master Ausma. Whenever you want.
Gundabad is rife with foes. Be wary.
Well done. With Stukens are defeated, the foundation has been laid for our work in Gundabad. Awesome. So now, another unintended consequence of some of the changes I have made is right now we're gonna do the first part of both the Lost Vault and the Return to the Rift missions, but might be a little bit awkward because you will see me doing these first steps with my current layout, my current allies, the spear and everything. But part 2 and part 3 is gonna be done with my previous layout, my previous ally, the sword and everything. So I don't think it's gonna be a big of a deal, but please excuse in any case if you find that a little bit awkward, because I understand it is. So I think we're gonna begin actually with the Lost Vault. Let us do that. No, let us do first the Return to the Rift.
We have come too far to turn back now.
I have a new mission for you, Beriathan. My scouts have come back from the Iron Pass where they have received a plea for assistance. It would seem a small band of elves still hold the gate of Gath Uyur in Angmar. My scouts were told not to stray too far afield. Instead, they reported back to me immediately about the elves. I believe if you leave now, you will still be able to offer this small band of elves the assistance they require. The rift is but one of the paths that can lead to Gundabad from Angmar. It is important that we protect Gundabad from further attacks by the Iron Crown. In the far eastern edges of Angmar lies the rift. The passage through the mountains there is one of the few that the Iron Crown has taken to the slopes of Gundabad. Your mission is to defend the gate of Gath Uyur from allies of the Iron Crown. Never-ending twist. So one of the reasons why you can see this mission and the one you are about to see afterwards are part of the same narrative is because the quest to bestow, the text to bestow the quest is exactly the same between those two missions. And you will see here, this one that I have labeled as part 1 of Return to the Rift will have you fight these giants and secure the gate and then place some barricades or destroy the barricades. I'm not entirely sure. No, destroy the barricades. It's what we'll need to do. So we gotta defeat the giants. Secure the gate. And what's gonna happen with the barricades next? I think we need to destroy them, but I might be misremembering that. I'm quite certain there's something more about these barricades. Or is there another part of this questline that I don't remember about? Doesn't seem likely. Not as far as I remember. Lag. Stuns. Okay, thank you for the lift. Thrasir, Stone Giant. With that? Jeez. Stop it with that. We have defeated Thrasir and secured the gate to Gath Uyur. Alright. Oh yeah, you see, now... we need to repair the barricades. It's what it is. So this is to help the elves establish a foothold or well, hold their position, most likely on the path to the rift. And on the next mission you will see me defending the Elven camp. But these two are basically the same thing. And how do I know this is part 1 because you're being told you gotta find these elves, and you are clearing a path towards these elves. But on the next mission you will see we have already reunited with those elves, and we will be defending their outpost. Not from giants, but from the orcs. The connection in between this mission and the next one maybe is not as strong as the missions that are part of the Lost Vault group, but I still think these two missions are... The connection between these two missions in the Rift is strong enough to warrant me doing them back to back. I hope this works out as I think it will, but that is something that you will only find out through editing. I mean, I'll find out basically at the same time as you. And Uidon, which is the NPC you talk to here to finish the mission, is one of the NPCs that you will meet on the next mission, and is also the one that will complete the mission for you in both cases. So yeah, these two missions are actually part of the same thing, in my eyes. I thank you for coming to our aid. Since the Rangers departed, we have been able to hold the gate of Gath-Uyur. Recently, it has been difficult with the Iron Crown renewing their efforts to expand out from Angmar. You have assisted us, and that assistance will not be forgotten. May your travels be swift and safe, my friend. Yeah, Uidon's dialogue is also the same in both missions. Which wasn't the case with the ice holes that we were discussing at the beginning of today's rotation. Because even though those two missions, the Grims and the Drakes, take place in the same place, the dialogue, the quest text and everything else makes you believe, that doesn't lead me to believe there is a connection between those two, but in this one, there is.
We have come too far to turn back now.
Well done. With the gate of Gath-Uyur still under guard, may we experience fewer travels out of Angmar. Alright, that was part 1, and now I am gonna jump to part 2 of this Return to the Rift, as I like to call it. Now we're ready to continue this story with Siege of the Rift. Let us go.
Only a Drak shows mercy in battle.
I have a new mission for you, Beriathan. My scouts have come back from the Iron Pass where they have received a plea for assistance. It would seem a small band of elves still hold on to a watchtower overlooking the rift in Angmar. My scouts were told not to stray too far afield. Instead, they reported back to me immediately about the elves. I believe if you leave now, you will still be able to offer this small band of elves the assistance they require. The rift is but one of the paths that can lead to Gundabad from Angmar. It is important that we protect Gundabad from further attacks by the Iron Crown. So as you see here, I have already completed this one. This is another one that I did when I was advancing the Allegiance, but let us do this today and see how it goes. In the far eastern edges of Angmar lies the rift. The passage through the mountains, there is one of few that the Iron Crown has taken to the slopes of Gundabad. Your mission is to protect the elves left to guard the entrance to the rift. Burning Shield, we already know this twist. So, for this one, Uidon is the guy. I'm glad you have arrived. We are the last line of defense and our numbers are few. The Gashra now approach our position. Steady your bows. I think I also mentioned this one when I did my original recording of this. But through this mission, and before Gundabad, some of the missions in the Wildwood, the devs presented mechanics that were very similar to the old skirmish system. So for example, in here we need to defend this position from the enemy, and after defeating a certain number of waves, we will have done so and we'll be ready to continue, and then we need to claim the second post down the hill. And some of the missions in the Wildwood work very similar to this, and I always had the theory that the reason why we got a new skirmish on Before the Shadow with the Dooms of Caras Galevren is because of what the Depths did with missions in the Wildwood and Gundabad. Like, they had the chance of revisiting these mechanics, maybe even revisiting the scaling that was done in skirmishes, adapting this to missions. Not entirely sure about that. But I always thought this was the reason why we got a new skirmish after more than 10 years without having one. Raise Diviner to proclaim that the watchtower has been secured. You see, it's just a skirmish under another code. The enemy regroups in the encampment below, and now we gotta claim that one. So yeah, for me at least, it makes all the sense in the world that after doing this work, someone in the LOTRO team must have said, well, you know what? This gives us the chance of revisiting skirmishes. Let's try and do another skirmish. Or maybe, that's another possibility, these missions in Gundabad and Wildwood that are very similar to skirmishes were some sort of a prototype for how to adapt the system to the current style of LOTRO. Who knows? That seems like a very big possibility, you know? Could be. You never know. Oh, I died. Wasn't paying attention to my health. Oh, I died. Wasn't expecting that. Maybe I ended up pulling more than I could chew. Again, I have not redone my tracers. I already know what I want to do. I just need to double check which traceries I already have in my bags, which ones I need to trade for in the archive. But if everything goes according to plan, next time might be a little bit weird, because these storyline missions going in reverse order. You are first given the last portion of it before you are given the first part. I don't know if maybe some of those missions that you'll see throughout the episode, some of them will be done with my old tracers, but maybe some of them will be done with the new tracers. There's really no way of knowing unless I tell you, but I hadn't realized how confusing that might be with the way in which these missions are set up in the rotation. That is another theory I've been thinking about this for the last couple days. I have the feeling that someone in the LOTRO team maybe messed it up and scheduled the mission rotation in Gundabad in the reverse order they were supposed to be, and maybe they have not realized, or maybe they decided it's not important. The Gashfra leader has appeared to defend the encampment. Maybe they decided that's not important, or maybe this was the way in which it was designed from the get-go. But for me, it's more reasonable to think that these missions were not scheduled like they were initially intended. The enemy encampment can now be secured. Alright. We just gotta talk to Wedge now. Some more extra tokens. I thank you for coming to our aid. Since the Rangers departed, we have been able to hold the entrance to the rift. Recently, it has been difficult with the Iron Crown renewing their efforts to expand out from Angmar. You have assisted us, and that assistance will not be forgotten. May your travels be swift and safe, my friend. Thank you so much. Happy to help. Always happy to help.
Put your back to the past and to the wind.
Well done. With the rift still under guard, may we experience fewer troubles out of Angmar. Yeah, I hope you're right. Okay, so that was it for the return to the rift, and now we can check the Lost Vault. This is a really, I think my favorite from the Gundabad missions. Is a very unique concept. It's the longest of these sort of narrative-driven mission groups, and it has so many interesting mechanics that not all other missions have, that I think this is truly the crowning jewel, so to speak, of the Gundabad missions. So let us check this.
In games, I allow for chance. I take no such risk in war.
I have an mission for you, Beriathan. My scouts have just recently uncovered a lost treasure vault. The ancient treasure hoard is sealed and untouched. What puzzles the dwarves who discovered it is there seems to be no way to open the vault. Oh, okay, I understand, yeah. I ask you to travel to the vault of Akbash Khald and find a way to open the vault. We cannot allow Akbash Khald to be discovered and plundered by anyone else, or Gundabad. So yeah, there is no way to open the door, and that's what we need to figure out. Behold, the vault of Akbash Khald, sealed and hidden to all those who have occupied Gundabad, has now finally revealed itself to the Sheloka dwarves. Your mission is to find a way into a recently uncovered dwarf vault in Gundabad, and we have the twist puzzle in here. A puzzling device prevents you from retrieving what you are after and must be solved. As far as I remember, this puzzle twist was first introduced with these Gundabad missions, but I might be misremembering things. And this puzzle twist is present in step 1 and step 2, and for step 3 it's gonna be a timed mission, so it's very unique. And the idea, the concept in itself, it's very unique. So for this first portion of the questline, what we need to do is align these mirrors to shine the light on some jewels, and that will open the vault. On part 2, we'll find we are already inside the vault, but there is another puzzle to be able to retrieve the treasures inside. So we solved the puzzles to get access to the treasures, but the vault will close. And part 3 is us working against the clock to take all the treasure out before the vault seals with us inside. So it's a really unique concept, as I was telling you. Really like the idea behind it. And I'm telling you the overview of all 3 parts, because, well, on one hand, this is the first mission of this group in chronological order, but it's also the last one you do if you are following the rotation day by day. So it's kind of awkward as well, but at least now that we are doing part 1 last, we have the benefit of hindsight when discussing what this mission is doing and how to solve it. So, if I remember correctly, there is a way to kinda cheese this mission a little bit, skip some of the objectives in it. But this is not what I want to show you today. I want to show you the full steps of it, so you get a better idea of how this mission works. Even if you want to do the cheese method on your own. I discovered this one by accident, and I'm sure someone else must have. Basically, there is a way to place these mirrors so that you don't need to do the full puzzle the intended way, I would say, because now you'll see here we're about to complete the first part of the puzzle. Part of a mechanism unlocks as the light reveals a sacred gem, which is this one in here. But the next two gems are in here. One is in here and the other one is in here. So basically, what I discovered is, for some reason, you can do just this gem in here, this gem in here that we have not unlocked, and this one in here that is supposed to be the last one. You can skip this one altogether. You don't need to worry about the mirrors on the right side, and the door will still open. And the thing is, using here, now that we have revealed the gem, it has also appeared on the door. When the 3 gems are on the door opens. But if you do this way, I'm telling you, if you only do the left side, so this gem and this gem, the door will still open, but you will only see those 2 gems in here, and you will be missing this one. But it will still count as completed, so it will save you some time, it will save you some fights. It's not a really big difference, it's not a really big difference, but I always find it curious how you can, in a way, cheat your way a little bit with this mission. The puzzle on the second one cannot be cheated as far as I know, other than looking for the answer online. But this one, yeah, is also very unique because you technically only need to pick up 2 of the 3 2 of the 3. Yeah. Yeah. After unlocking this one, you would use... Oh my god, I screwed up. You would use the mirror. Let me show you the intended way of doing this. As I was saying, you don't need to worry about this one too much. But we gotta leave the light to shine in here. I don't remember the exact steps to quote-unquote cheese this out, but okay, so using here, this is what we have done initially, and now we take the light all the way through here. And here, part of a mechanism unlocks as the light reveals a sacred gem. You have successfully opened the vault. I didn't intend for that to happen, but that's what happened. You see? We can technically complete the mission now, we just need to enter the vault. For whatever reason, when you unlock 2 gems, it counts the puzzle as completed. I was trying to do it the intended way today, but I don't know. This mission works a little bit funky. But I can still show you how to unlock the last gem. So you just switch this a little bit more, and then you use this one. You see, part of a mechanism unlocks as the light reveals a sacred gem, but as you can see here, you can skip one of these gems. And maybe you can try different combinations. A dwarf scout has arrived to escort you back to the halls of Matogard. But yeah, doing the... I remember this being the left side and the bottom that you needed to do to open the vault. But you can also do right and left side and skip the bottom one. And you can still cheat your way through it. Well done, Beriathan. You figured out how to open the vault. Let us return to Hórin and report your success. Let us go.
In games, I allow for chance. I take no such risk in war.
The vault has been opened. With our scouts guarding Akbash called, we will soon find out what treasure lies within. You have done well, Beriathan. So there you have it, that was step 1, and now through the magic of editing and time traveling, let us check step 2 and step 3 in the right order. Alright, so here we have part 2 of the Lost Vault, the Foregone Trap.
In games, I allow for chance. I take no such risk in war.
I have a new mission for you, Beriathan. We have recently unlocked the hidden vault of Akbash Kald. With the treasure vault open, it now must be explored. You are to travel to the vault of Akbash Kald at once and find out what lies within. Careful though, as we do not know how safe the inner sanctum of the vault is. I really like this one. We'll see in just a moment. Behold! The vault of Akbash Kald, sealed and hidden to all those who have occupied Gundabad, has now finally revealed itself to the Sheldrakka dwarves. Your mission is to explore a recently uncovered dwarf vault in Gundabad. Twist Puzzle, a puzzling device, prevents you from retrieving what you are after and must be solved. And this puzzle in particular, I really enjoy. It has many different pieces to the puzzle. So, if you've run in of the Forsaken, which once again is not something that I have done on the channel even though I know the mechanics, some of these might be familiar to you. So the first part of this puzzle is through this door. A simple word to say am I. Without me, kiss yourself goodbye. A simple word to say am I. Without me, kiss yourself goodbye. And this one is solved through emotes. I really am not familiar with all the emotes that we have available. I think I know what this must be, but as far as I remember, there is not an emote to point towards yourself. Not so sure, because, well, I can do point, for example, but I'm not sure that's the one. We have 3 different tries for this. So, if we do point, your answer was incorrect. I don't know which one this must be. I don't know, maybe it's... I don't know. I have no idea about this. The rune door does not budge. Try again. That was not it, so the riddle has changed. I had checks. Look after of children. Never moving, always still. I have X and look after children. What's that supposed to be? Ah. It's a chicken? Yeah, it's a chicken, but it's gotta be a chicken, right? No, that was not it. The thing is, once again, I don't know what half of these emotes do. So even if at times I'm able to figure out the riddle, me not knowing which emote to use, well, that's already bad enough. Never moving, always still. I have no idea. I have no idea. No. Can you please give me a little bit easier? Something a little bit easier? I hatch eggs. Look after children. The runes have changed again. Once I am mattered, I demand you an answer. Be it yes, may you lose and your soul be devoured. Be it no, best you run, you are surely a coward. That's a challenge, right? That's gotta be a challenge. Finally! This has unlocked, but sadly enough, this does not unlock the deed of the Forsaken Inn. If you already have the deed in your lock, you can also advance it on this mission, but if you have not opened that deed, this mission will not do it for you. What a shame. Now, we have seen here some levers. So here, this one that has one line is the first one, and this one that has two is the second one. And this has opened this in here, a cryptic flake. So how do I... Yeah, thank you. I am the Deathless, say my name. So for this, I'm not sure if this is case sensitive, but we say Durin. With the correct words spoken, a series of levers has appeared. This second riddle is related to many of the dwarven themes we have found through the Legacy of Durin, so I hope you have a good memory. If not, the wiki is your friend. So we already did 1, 2. I know, but we gotta start again, it seems. One, 3, 2, 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4. We gotta use them all. So 1, 2 and 2, 3 and 3, 4 and 4. Okay, and that opens this one now. Another cryptic plague. I am the Black Abyss. Say my name. So that was Mordath in Mordor. Ah, but we gotta... Ah, no. Sorry, no. We are talking about dwarves. My bad. That's Moria. But since we are talking about dwarves, that means we gotta do Khazad-dûm. Yeah. With the correct word spoken, a series of levers has appeared. So once again, gotta do them in order. Here we have 1, 2, 3, and 4. And one last riddle we have here. A sparkling gem falls pulls forth from the watchtower. When it reaches the ground for an instant, it is a flower. That it's a tear. The door opens and we are out of the treasure vault. Careful! This one is smart! A group of treasure-seeking orcs has descended upon the open vault, so we cannot allow that. Of course. Here they come again. And here we have the boss. How did you solve that impossible riddle? Throkhâr the Grasping. Yeah, there were parts that were not easy. That's true. But with a little bit of persistence, we could do it. Throkhâr and his pilferers have been defeated. So, there you go. We have accessed the vault, solved the riddle, and now we gotta see the last part of this mission. Well done, Beriathan. You defeated that vile orc Throkhâr the Grasping. I was worried when you became trapped in the vault. I am glad you are alright. Come, let us return to Hórin and report your success. Awesome, I do enjoy this puzzle a lot. I struggle with the riddles in the doors a little bit. But I still enjoy how this mission gives you another different mechanic, one that hadn't been used for a while, and I appreciate that.
We've come too far to turn back now.
I have received word of your efforts at Akbashkald, Beriathan. There was a trap in the vault that locked you inside. I am glad that you kept your wits about you and figured out how to escape. If you had panicked, I dare say the outcome might have been quite grim. Well done. So that's part 2 of the vault. Now we gotta jump ahead and do part 3. It's gonna be just a moment. I have a new mission for you, Beriathan. We have recently unlocked the hidden vault of Akbashkald. The vault seems to be filled with traps, though I hope that we were able to deactivate them all. Now it must be searched for treasures. You are to travel to the vault of Akbashkald and search the hold for valuable treasures. Tread carefully, for there could be other traps within. For Gundabad! Behold, the vault of Akbashkald, sealed and hidden to all those who have occupied Gundabad, has now finally revealed itself to the Sheldrakka dwarves. Your mission is to collect treasures from a recently uncovered dwarf vault in Gundabad, and this one is also a timed mission, but once again we have plenty of time to complete the objectives, even though, well, there are a couple strategies to keep in mind. So basically here we are at the vault. There's not much time before the vault locks once again, so yeah, we gotta be quick. And collect the treasure and exit the vault before it closes shut. The strategy with this one is running to the bottom of the vault, maybe even dealing with this bloom waters for good measure. Can you please get out? Alright, so there are 3 different kinds of treasure that we need to collect, as you see here. Treasure, valuable treasure, priceless treasure. And each one of these treasures, when you pick it, will apply a stacking run speed debuff on you. For example, valuable treasure is minus 5%. And as you see, they start stacking. As a Warden, having the run speed boost from Forced March, you are not hindered as much, but I can imagine some other classes might struggle a little bit completing this mission, I'm not sure. Treasure does provide you a 50% run speed boost, but that one expires. That one doesn't stack, sadly. So you gotta ideally just run around, see your where these treasures are located so that you can pick them one after the other. Ideally, once again, not easier said than done, basically. And the priceless treasure, those ones are a little bit trickier to find. Here we have one, for example. That one applies minus 10% run speed. So, for example, this is the strategy. You go to the deep, but at least when you're making your way out, you can stack them a little bit and make up for the debuffs. But once again, you gotta plan your way around this. You don't have a lot of time to scan the area either, so gotta make it up as you go. For example, here we have the last valuable treasure, so at least in that regard we're good. And we can start picking up the small ones. Once again, you can do this really fast. But at least with that, as I was saying, you can make up for the other ones. Same thing here. You go all the way to the back. Double check, for example, the priceless treasure is not somewhere around here. You ideally would aim to collect the priceless treasure first, and then pick the small ones. And you also ideally want to pick them, all your treasures, as you make your way back to the exit. If you miss anything in here and you need to backtrack, that can be also annoying, time consuming, and now that you are hard pressed for time, you might want to avoid that. The thing is, I'm almost entirely sure I missed one of the priceless treasures. Not entirely sure where. Okay, no, it's there. Awesome. And the 3 small treasures that we are missing are in here. Alright. 18, 19, 20. And we just leave the mission now, you see? With plenty of time to spare, but once again, you made it back with the treasure just in time. Yeah, just in time. But once again, if you don't know the path, if you don't have a run speed boosts on your class, if you mess it up, you might be hard pressed. I can see some classes maybe having issues with this. Beriathan, you made it out of the vault just in time. Let us return with all the valuables you were able to collect. I am sure Hórin will be pleased with your efforts. Yeah, I hope he will.
In games, I allow for chance. I take no such risk in war.
I am glad you have returned. No worse for the wearer, Beriathan. You found even more traps further inside? I am glad that you kept your wits about you and were able to recover some treasure before the vault closed once more. This treasure will be closely examined, and I hope that we will have the vault open again soon. You have my thanks. Oh, we completed the weekly too. Awesome. We can do this really quick. Crafting materials, legendary item boosts. I don't know what I want to get, so I'm gonna decide off camera for you. But yeah, that was it for the vault. and I'll be back with you when I'm ready to continue doing these missions. Alright, so ready to continue now with day 5. Let us check.
Only a Drak shows mercy in battle.
I have an new mission for you, Beriathan. My scouts have come back from the Misty Mountains where they report a large pack of gold rakes heading in the direction of Hrimbark. They fear the dwarf outpost may come under attack. Many of the dwarves there have left to assist with protecting Gundabad, leaving Hrimbark defenseless. I need you to make haste to Hrimbark and assist the dwarves there with protecting the outpost. Thorgest has asked to accompany you on his mission. He is ready to depart when you are. I wish you safe travels. Not a fan of this one. The safety of the small outpost of Hrimbark in the Misty Mountains is under threat from the winged beasts of the Frost Horde. Your mission is to protect the outpost of Hrimbark in the Misty Mountains. Persistent cold. Okay, we have already seen that one. But... okay, let us talk to Thorgest. Perhaps we should not have returned to Hrimbark, my friend. Everything is the same as when I left for Elderslate. We should retire for the night and return to Gundabad in the morning. Thorgest starts to get ready for the night, then pauses abruptly. Wait, what is that sound outside? Oh no, an assault has begun. We must hurry! Drakes are attacking under cover of darkness, and yeah, this is why I'm not a big fan of this sort of missions where you need to defend a particular place for a certain amount of time. Because this means this mission, whether you like it or not, it will always be super long to complete. At 7 minutes, it's really a long one. So I complete this one for the deed, and afterwards I just avoid it. It's not worth it in my opinion. I mean, at times you spend more time just running around the 3 defensible spots than actually fighting. I might be exaggerating a little, but you get what I mean. Now, if you stand around this location in here, you can check on your minimap and see where are the mobs coming from. It's like the central spot where you can launch your attacks. Well, your defense, actually. Yeah, that's what I don't like about this mission. You finish the fight, and at times you just stand there waiting for these guys to appear. There is no way for you to speed up this mission, even if you like, even if you want. Not much else to see here other than fighting drakes for God knows how long. You get a persistent cold debuff, which really is not that bad. I mean, you just stand on the next to the fire, and the debuff goes away. So this mission is really not that interesting. It does give me the chance, though, to try out a couple of different gambit combinations. Well, once again, understand the far bar, the northern entrance has gone out. Oh yeah, they also do that. You need to turn in the fires, technically, but the debuff is so inconsequential in my opinion that you really don't need it. As I was saying though, your rotation while you're playing solo, landscape missions and that kind of stuff does change in comparison to a rotation if you are running DPS in a group and all, but it still gives me the chance of getting acquainted with some of these gambits and the way in which they interact with each other. Once again, Spear of Fate seems to be really powerful. For this kind of short fights. Maybe for longer fights, Spear of Virtue might be better. I need to double check those numbers. And as you see here from on the quest tracker, you can't allow the dwarves to be defeated. Oh, I already lost one because I wasn't paying attention. That usually doesn't happen. Protecting these dwarves is really easy if you are paying attention to where the drakes are coming from and all that. But they do start coming in great numbers. Well, not great numbers, but at a higher frequency. I mean, you just need to be able to get to the drakes and strike them a couple times to get aggro and save the dwarves, so... Yeah, me losing a dwarf was just lack of attention. Maybe I was too overconfident. Oh, I lost another one. I was focusing too much on the north and the eastern side. I promise, this doesn't happen this often. This mission is usually more simple than this. I don't know what happened today. It's kind of embarrassing, but I'm not repeating this. Oh, Kaldorn. The boss. It's here. Oh, for God's sake. The Drake invasion has been defeated. Thank you. Way longer than this mission needs to be. Any mission needs to be. Great work, Beriathan. You saved Hrimbark. We should return and report back in. It is late, though. Tomorrow we will return. I look forward to telling Avwold of this adventure.
There is much to be done, and little time for talk.
Well done. With Hrimbark intact, the supply lines from the Misty Mountains will remain unbroken. I worry the Frost Court may try something like this again. We must remain vigilant. And we will.
I
have a new mission for you, Beriathan. My scouts have come back from Kharbronak. A group of stone giants are causing problems upon the peaks of Gundabad. We must do what we can to stop these giants and send them on their way. If their caves are ruined and their food spoiled, then perhaps they will leave these mountains for good. Alright, I know this one too. Maddened stone giants stick to their dwellings in the rocky slopes of Carbronak, and where they walk only trouble will follow. Your mission is to thwart a group of stone giants within the rocky slopes of Carbronak. Reinforcements, alright, so... destroy boulder piles, worm nests, and sour the giant soup. It's a really funny idea, souring the giant soup. The rest of the mission, well, nothing's really special, but I wonder what are we adding exactly to this soup? And only imagine the giants trying to eat it. Also will try to pull in the reinforcements. Worms, as you can see. But that's basically it. Now we just see anything else that we can use. Ah, there's a nest in here. A little bit hidden. Didn't see it, but okay. Now we can backtrack a little. Stop it with that. Jeez. Spent more time fighting against the throwbacks than I did fighting the actual giants. That's what I don't like this mission. Those guys get really annoying. Yeah, have your sour soup and pissed on it. For all I care. And in here, what else do we have in here? Oh. You're asking for it. This is where I was coming from? I think I got lost a little bit. See, no, this seems to be a new place. Oh, for God's sake. Yeah, thank you. Or... seems to be it on this side. Was the entrance? This was the entrance, yeah. But there's still an area. Okay, I see there the area that I hadn't explored. This one here. job with that. Thank you. Awesome. Here we go. Yeah, return to the entrance of the dungeon. Okay. Ah, this was the entrance. Alright, well, glad I... A happy accident. Great work, Beriathan. With the stone giants and running, Caer should remain safe for now. Let us return and report your success to Scout-master Ausma. Wait. Why am I forgetting to loot the chest all of a sudden? I don't know. I'll need to check if there is something good that I can get from these tokens. I don't think so, but gotta double check. Whenever you want, Ausma.
Aye.
Well done. With those stone giants defeated, Caer is once again safe. Perhaps it is time Perhaps it is time for more dwarves to start scouting the slopes of Gundabad. Just as the city within, the whole mountain must be protected. Hypos, the bane of my existence.
Live or die, I shall not be a prisoner again.
I have an mission for you, Beriathan. My scouts have come back from Throkhâr, where they tracked down some stolen supplies. Angmar still hold on to their fortress by the gates of Gundabad. Were my scouts more numerous, they would have disrupted the Angmar there. Instead, they were outnumbered at the gates. Perhaps a surprise assault from the rear of the fortress is in order. However deadly Throkhâr is, we must recover those supplies before the Angmar use them to strengthen their defenses. Far from Angmar upon the gates of Gundabad, the Iron Crown keep watch over Elder Slate as they seek to hold on to power in Gundabad. Your mission is to defeat Angmarim at Throkhâr and recover stolen supplies. Alright, secure... Yeah, game's lagging a little bit today, to say the least. But here we are. Don't remember too well, but I think this is one of these sort of skirmish-like missions where you need to fight your way and climb certain points and stuff like that. The Angmar launch a counterattack. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this is one of these skirmish-like missions. No, don't do it! Stop lagging when I'm trying to use... The Angmar launch a counterattack. Okay, yeah, this is... These are two points at once. Secure the southern courtyard and the northern gate. The southern gate, sorry. So we have the gate. We have the courtyard. Awesome. Just gotta wrap a few of the supplies before moving on. And I think we're ready to continue now. Northern courtyard and northern gate. So yeah, it seems quite simple. see. Let's try to get a couple of these guys in here. That worked really well. That was the commander. Okay. 10, 11, 12. All right. There we go. Just missing 3 supplies. Could you please die? Yeah, can we launch a counterattack? Alright. Secure the northern courtyard. Sure. Almost there. Okay. Yeah, Grim launch another counterattack. Cool. And another one. Alright. Secure the northern gate. And here we have all the supplies we needed as well. That's gotta be it for this mission. God, these 2 missions that we started with today are really long. I hope the other ones are a little bit shorter. Great work, Beriathan. Let us return and report your success to Scout-master Ausma. Ah, well, no, we've done 3 missions already. I forgot about the giants, but yeah, they've been really long, all those 3 missions. Hopefully these 3 are not as long. Well done! With the supplies recovered and the Angrim numbers decimated, Throkhâr will soon be a threat to no more.
Do you need something?
I have a new mission for you, Beriathan. My scouts have come back from one of the caverns that weaves throughout Gundabad and report findings of precious resources. However, several passageways are blocked and need to be cleared before we can send additional miners. Enter the mine, obtain samples of the ore in the area, and destroy any debris that blocks passage in the cavern. Nope, this one is also quite long. Amongst the twisting caves that surround Gundabad, several passageways that lead to needed raw ore have been blocked by rubble. These precious resources are needed for the recovery effort. Your mission is to retrieve precious ore and clear a path so other miners can continue their work. Raging. That one we have already seen too. Piles of rubble, alright. Yeah, and now the crush. God. Well, at least they drop fast. What do we have in here? from what I remember of this mission, you have several possible starting points. So you never know exactly where will you be placed at the beginning of the mission. Because I remember sometimes I have been starting the mission here. Not a big fan of that randomness. That makes finding a good path to solve this a little bit more cumbersome than it needs to be. And here I am, fighting, well, destroying lots of rubble, but still need all the ore. Let's see how fast we can do this. Stop it. There we go. It's been a lot of fun. At least on landscape. We still have a handful of gambits to go to deal with all these situations. But I think, at least for landscape, once again, there is a little bit more variety in what you need to do. Previously, you could just basically, and you saw that on the series, you just needed Shorty of Death, Rank of Victory, and maybe the occasional Desolation or Resounding Challenge. Now, for landscape, there is still a good way of doing this. Well, you see, applying the dots, the blitz during the cash out, depending if you're doing single target or AoE. So it's basically the same thing over and over, but once again, it has a little bit more variety, and at least now there is a difference in what you need to do if you're single target or if you're doing AoE instead of using Shorty of Death for everything. Don't get me wrong, I still had fun with the old Warden. Maybe this is just the new shiny that we've got with update 35, but I'm having a lot of fun with this one. Near the entrance to the cave. Well, that's a very good question, because as I told you, if I remember correctly, there are random locations where you can start the mission at. this is one possible entrance. But this is not the one, you see? Since we didn't start the mission from here. Doesn't count, but once again, at least a couple times, this has been the spot where I enter and leave. If it wasn't this one, it's gotta be this one. Yeah, maybe I need to take a little bit more time to really understand this map. I don't know. Great work, Beriathan. Let us return and report your success to Scout-master Ausma. Let us go. Well done. With the cavern cleared of debris and resources gathered, the foundation has been laid for our work in Gundabad.
Gundabad is rife with foes.
I have a new mission for you, Beriathan. My scouts have come back from one of the caverns within the mountain. They were exploring a cavern and found several strange crystals that were warped and changed. The scouts fled as they heard a series of howls approach the cave. As they fled the area, they saw a powerful work pack leader lead wolves to the cavern. Enter the cavern, destroy any corrupted crystals that are discovered, and put an end to the pack leader. A powerful corrupted work pack leader and its pack were driven into a cavern by anchoring. Foul crystals were found within the cavern and may corrupt these creatures further. Your mission is to destroy the foul crystals and defeat the leader of the pack. Shared corruption, we also know that one. Throkhâr, it's been a while since... Well, it's been a while for me. Not so much for you watching these things as they get released. But it's been quite a while since I quested in the Welkin Lofts and came to Throkhâr. We'll see. I gotta say too, having to actually fight the crystals instead of using them to destroy them. Nothing inherently wrong with that. But these sound effects are a pain. Fighting these crystals is a pain. A physical ear pain. I hope you don't mind as much, because yeah, this we'll be listening to that effect for a while. We're almost done with the crystals though. So hopefully we don't need to hear this anymore. Jesus. Well, now at least we can fight the pack leader. He is. Awesome. And now we just go back. Right, let us report our success to Ausma. You know the drill.
I?
Well done. With the cavern cleared of foul crystals and the pack leader driven off, the area is safe to explore for our forces. Alright, and the last one for today.
Live or die. I shall not be a prisoner again.
Hail adventurer, I have a new mission for you, Beriathan. My scouts have reported monstrous footprints upon the walls of High Sundergrad recently. They may be of a passing beast, but do you think you could look into it and make sure? And if there does happen to be a creature taking nest up there, make sure you dispatch it quickly. It appears there are several drake nests and larger drake tracks along High Sundergrad. Your mission is to investigate the drake presence in High Sundergrad. Take me there. Alright. Hopefully we can do this one a little bit faster, but... Gotta investigate the tracks, destroy the eggs. All that takes a while. Especially if the mobs have not loaded yet. And if my gambits stop lagging. Jesus! Cool. Still don't get tired of cashing out and killing them. That's really nice. Out of 12, all right. Oh, didn't realize I still have authorizing steel. Oh my god, I'm messing this up a lot today. It's coming now. Alright. See what else we have here. There's a drake in here. this guy. All right. We'll be back on tracking here. Cool. Almost done, almost done. We just need a couple more eggs. It seems I missed one on my way here. You will only find the exact number of eggs. So if you missed one, you gotta backtrack, and that sucks because then you still gotta come back here to end the mission. So I gotta double check where did I miss the stupid egg. Okay. With my luck, it's gonna be at the start of the mission, and then I will need to do the entire thing again. Yep, I see the red spot on the map now. That's really gotta be the egg. No? No, it's just a regular guy. Ah. And there's the egg. Do you mind? Destroy the Drake Matron's nest. I was just there. But okay. I get it. My bad. Messed it up. I missed something. Although in my defense, I say it was really out of the way. That corner there was just maybe a little bit too much. I usually don't struggle with this mission either. But in the rare occasions I do, well, you gotta backtrack. There's no work around it. So, yeah. Thank God for forced march. It's all I will say. And here we have the matron nest. The Drake matron has noticed your rampant smashing. Defend yourself. There she goes. Ausma would love to hear about your success. I bet she will. Ausma, talk to me, please. Ausma! There we go.
Never.
Well done. With the Drake matron out of the way, the walls of Ixundergrad should be safe to traverse once more. Hope you are right. So that's it for day 5 of missions. I'll be back with you as soon as I'm ready to do day 6. And as you have realized, I in the end decided to do all these missions in one single video, even if it ends up being longer than these mission videos usually are. But it made the most sense in my head. I hope it does for you too. So I'll be back with you when we are ready to do day 6. Okay, we're ready to do what I hope it's the final day of these missions to complete the deed. Let us check with Ausma first.
Aye?
Oh, good you're here, Beriathan. It's been brought to my attention recently that we weren't the first dwarves to explore the frozen expanses around here. Apparently there was a dwarf expedition into the snowfields for an unknown purpose many years ago. The dwarves that went on the expedition never returned, so whatever information they may have gleaned has been lost to the drifts of snow. I beseech you, could you follow in their footsteps and see if you can recover any of their belongings now frozen in ice? Any information may prove useful to our efforts. Just beware of the freezing cold out there. There seems to be remnants of a lost expedition scattered throughout the snow fields. Your mission is to investigate these areas and retrieve any lost equipment. So we have persistent cold in here, the twist we already know. This one is kind of a tricky mission because it's a very open space and missing some of these tools is really easy. So I don't know. Every time I have tried to do this fast, I always end up messing up somehow. So I think we gotta take this, take it slow. There are some diverging paths, things like that. And basically, if you don't know where to look, you might be in trouble. The thing is, for the most part, you just look for the tents, and that should be it. But as I was saying, there are some of these picks tools that are really easy to miss. I see one here on the other side of this sort of, well, ice formation. I don't know the name for it. It seems there's nothing else in here, but I remember I saw one a little bit north. Yeah, this one here. I think it was. Stop it. Seems to be it. For this side. Yeah, I usually try to avoid as many of these fights as I can. Some of them cannot be helped. Like this guy in here. Some of them, most of them can be avoided. It's just that trying to avoid the fights is how I end up missing some of these tools. But with a little bit of luck, we'll get them all, no problem. We're just missing 3. 2. Oh, come on, get it. Because this is the end of the mission, but if you don't have all 10 tools, it's not gonna work, of course. And as you see here, I missed 2 somewhere. See, I'm not a big fan of this mission. It's too open. And you can easily mess up. You know, I'm not a big fan of backtracking. I don't think anyone is. But with this mission, it seems you really have little choice. There's one here. I would say the music is really cool though. It has that snowy, icy quality to it. It's kind of soothing, but at the same time a little bit melancholic maybe, I don't know. There's something about this song. It really does fit this place really well. But of course we gotta find the last pick. It's gotta be somewhere in here, and it's gonna be something super simple once we figure that out. Yeah. There we go. Recover the lost journal. And once again, we've already been there, but we hadn't advanced the quest. So what a shame. I would have preferred, I think I would enjoy this mission a lot more if you had the option of picking the journal at any point. But then again, that would mean we would need to backtrack to the start of the mission to finish it. So I can see why they chose to have a more linear design in a mission as big as this one. As big in terms of space, is what I mean. But here we have the expedition log. The mission is complete. So that way you can just grab the chest right next to it. Great work, Beriathan. A whole expedition lost in the snow, eh? You'll have to show the journal to Ausma when we get back. Yeah, I'm sure will. I sure will show this to Ausma. And I also gotta say, ever since the update released, I've been seeing so more wardens running around. It's so nice.
Never underestimate the enemy.
Well done. This journal should provide insight as to what happened to the dwarves that were here before and can help us prepare against the cold climate.
Live or die. I shall not be a prisoner again.
I have a new mission for you, Beriathan. My scouts have come back from the caverns of Ronglagan. Not only are the caverns overrun with stone claws and deep claws, a very large deep claw has taken refuge there as well. My scouts have named the beast Anshas the Bast. We cannot let the stone claws and Amshas the Bast to burrow in Ronglagan. It lies under the very foundation of the Stipset. Stone claws and deep claws have taken over the caverns of Ronglagan, as the great deep claw Amshas the Bast slumbers within. Your mission is to defeat a large deep claw and destroy its burrow in Gundabad. Poison twist. Really simple too. Ah, we gotta destroy the actual burrows. So that involves some running around as well. But most of these burrows are nicely packed together, so maybe we won't have a lot of issues with that either. It's just that you really gotta make sure that you take care of them all before you reach the central chamber so that you can trigger the boss. But other than that, this one is very simple. I gotta say, the radius of the resounding challenge is really big. Still getting used to it. But you can pull a lot of things from range. In between resounding challenge and the new war cry. I haven't missed the old Ring of Victory as much as I thought I would. War cry is basically the same. And it's easier to build as well. And resounding challenge just provide you a bigger range, actually, so it's not so bad. What I've been missing, believe it or not, is the old version of Resounding Challenge that was a targeted ability. Now you can only use that when you are in assailment, and you know I'm not a big fan of stance dancing, so I think I would prefer getting used to pulling without ranged Resounding Challenge and only using it when I really need to. Because once again, I'm not a big fan of stance dancing, so maybe I can avoid that a little bit more. Stupid deep claws. Stupid AI. I also gotta say, this update does also bring me back to the old days when I was leveling my Warden during the old Moria and Mirkwood days. Because back in the day, I feel gambits were a little bit more versatile than what we had before. I remember leveling up and basically using a lot of my gambits instead of just relying exclusively on Shorty of Death. You could still, of course, spam 1 or 2 gambits, but I only did that when I needed to farm my class deeds. But in regular gameplay, I was mixing them up a lot more. And this update kind of brings me back to those days because, well, I have many different gambits I can still use. I can still use the boot line, or I can still use a power attack line, mixing them up with cash outs or not doing cash outs. It's been working marvelously so far. There goes the deep claw. Now I just gotta need to take care of the ads. That was it. Awesome. Oh, this guy has dropped something. Cool. Well done, Beriathan. You have defeated Amshas the Bast. Let us return and report your success to Scout-master Ausma. Well done. With Amshas and the Stonclaws defeated and their burrow abandoned, the foundation of Stipset is once again safe. We must stay vigilant, for many other creatures may try to move into the caverns of Ronglagan. I have a new mission for you, Beriathan. Some workers have just returned from Shalakam, where they were to make repairs to the tunnels, and it seems they only narrowly escaped a horde of Ukrash. It does not surprise me that beasts would roam the ancient flooded waterways of Gundabad. What surprises me is the sheer number of these beasts. You are to travel to Shalakam, clear the waterways of the Ukrush, and he'll help out with the repairs for Gundabad. Alright, I think I remember this one too. Within Shalakam, the ancient waterways of Gundabad, the Ukrush have roamed unchecked. Their years of clawing and digging threaten to collapse the ancient tunnels. Your mission is to defeat Ukrush and block leaks in Gundabad. Ah, block the leaks too, yeah. We have here shared corruption once again. We need to do all this before we can trigger the final boss of the mission. Here, I had a path for this, so that I could take care of all the Ukrush and the leaks and finish just right next to the boss spawn location. But I don't remember what my path was, so I'll need to make my way and see if it works out, I guess. God, these guys are so friggin' slow. And Warden is so fast now. I mean, I can practically, yeah, I can seal the leak before these guys get to me. Yeah, that's it for the Ukrush. Still gotta take care of the leaks. Here he comes. I think this is the place we need to be for the boss. And we're only missing 3 leaks, so we should be able to get them here. I hope I'm right. Only missing 1. And this is where the boss will appear, but just missing one. Ah, jeez. Alright, have it your way. Let's look for a really quick leak. Should have done this guy earlier. Right. The Ukrash matron must be somewhere nearby. Yeah, I know exactly where she is. And once again, I understand what they only have the boss appear after you complete the objectives, but... ah man, my miscalculation there. The clicking sounds of the Ukrash matron go louder as you approach. Ukrash matron, there she is. I don't know what's the way down. Let's just do whatever. Mission complete. So we don't need to go all the way back to the entrance. There we go. Great work, Beriathan. With all the Ukrash defeated, let us return and report your success to Scout-master Ausma. Let's see here.
Live or die. I shall not be a prisoner again.
Excellent work, Beriathan. With Ukrash 4 defeated and repairs to the waterways underway, I hope to see the old tunnels restored and safe again soon. If the Ukrash return, we will be ready for them. What now? I have a new mission for you, Beriathan. My scouts have returned from Throkhâr. There, within the old dwarf halls, trolls have taken hold and protected as their own. This cannot stand. We must return to Throkhâr and show these trolls that Gundabad belongs to the dwarves. Within the old halls of Throkhâr in Gundabad, trolls now hold a hall that is essential to our cause. Your mission is to uproot the trolls within the hall in Gundabad. Lieutenant of Gorgar, we already know that as well. Defeat Gundabad siege trolls and destroy his statues. Yeah, this is a relatively short mission as well. The siege trolls are named signature trolls. But I don't see them here. They just roam this passageways, and this space is really small, so this is one of the fastest missions actually. I enjoyed this one a lot. Yeah, here we have the troll, as you can see. That is siege troll number 1. Number 2. Ah, and that's all the statues already. Awesome. Now you see, this is really short. And siege troll number 3 already. Awesome. Defeat Gangur Tremblestone. Okay, now the boss appears. Gangur Tremblestone has emerged in the western end of the hall. Alright. Oh my god, that recklessness, wow. It's really sweet. I really don't use it as much because in landscape you don't really need it. And with the extended duration and everything, it's a little bit overkill. But it's nice to use it every once in a while, just for the funs. It's really not that needed, once again, for landscape missions or anything like that. But it does seems quite nice. Well done, Beriathan. With the vile Gangur Tremblestone defeated, we should return to the Scout-master Ausma and report our success. Short one. Just how I like them. As short as the Elder Slate missions, I would say, as well. They don't do them like that anymore.
Do you need something?
Well done. With the dreadful Gangur Tremblestone defeated and the trolls driven back, the old halls of Throkhâr are once again safe. If we are to reclaim Gundabad, we must find and oust all that oppose us.
We have come too far to turn back now.
I have a new mission for you, Beriathan. My scouts have come back from one of the caverns that weaves throughout Gundabad. Ice giants have stolen several treasures from within Gundabad and secured them behind a series of gates. Defeat ice giants and recover treasures stolen from the depths of Gundabad. Amongst the halls of Gundabad, countless treasures await to be reclaimed. Ice giants have breached one of the treasure halls and made off with our valuables. Your mission is to recover the stolen treasures and punish the ice giants for their actions. Gated. Ah yeah, I think... I don't remember what's the gate that you need to bypass. But here we are back in Tyrstad. Was looking for... It's a really short mission too. Well, you just need to look for... or a few treasure chests. That's it. Of course, a lot easier to do when you're not lagging, but okay, a key drops from the ice giant. Okay, I remember now. Some of these ice giants, and there's no good way of knowing which, are guarding the keys for you to open the treasure rooms. And if memory serves me right, this giant that I just skipped will have one of those keys. I already have two. I need two more keys. Still using Shorty of Death for single target. That's just muscle memory that I'm trying to rewrite. No key from that giant, but maybe this guy will. No key from this giant either. What about you? Okay. So we got 3 keys. We have already used one. One out of 4. So we gotta explore the other corners of Tyrstad for the treasure, the keys. This brings back memories of me grinding the giants for the Slayer did, of the Welkin Lofts. A key drops from the ice giant. I think that was all the keys, right? Oh, for God's sake. Right. Just one more treasure. Right over there. We're grouped near the entrance to the chamber. Okay. This chamber, not... Or do I need to go all the way back up? That doesn't make sense. No. The central chamber. Awesome. Great work, Beriathan. Let us return and report your success to Hórin. There we go. Well done. With the stolen treasures reclaimed, we will have additional resources for our great effort. Now, there is something that I really don't understand. Because you'll see here that missing one mission, the high dig, but according to what I've seen, Hórin should have this mission on this day, on today's rotation, but he doesn't seem to do it. So I don't want to think I missed it somehow, but I'm gonna do some checking and I'll be back with you as soon as I know what happened with that mission. Alright, so I did check and I found on the forums, it seems when update 35 was released, this mission that we're missing got broken somehow. You needed to climb some stairs and the stairs disappeared, and my guess is that the devs have blocked this mission for the time being while they are able to fix this up. And on the last round of Ball Roller for the new raid, the fix hadn't been deployed yet. So we are extremely unlucky because this is truly the last mission we need to do, and I'm kinda regretting now we didn't did this before the release of update 35, but there was no way of knowing this would happen. So I guess the second best thing we can do is releasing this video as is, and then I'll do a follow-up when this fix is available so that we can complete the high dig, and this did. So sadly it seems this is the end of today's episode, and hopefully the fix will come soon enough, but in the meantime I will see you on the next one. Until then, stay safe, take care, good luck to you all. I will see you later.